Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone and all the roses falling. It's you must go and I must bide. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. I'll be there in sunshine or in shadow. Oh, Danny boy, oh, Danny boy. Hello everyone, how are you doing? How is everyone going to this evening? Let's see, what's the OBS doing? Ozbot is doing whatever Ozbot feels like doing, quite often. Ozbot is often doing whatever Ozbot feels like doing. Ozbot is kind of like that. Hello everyone! I should put on my hat, shouldn't I, as it's one of our party evenings. So let me find my hat. Before anyone asks, yes, I did get 1901 Iron Brew, as people offered, and very kindly funded. I got the cans rather than the bottles, because this is going to end at roughly 11 o'clock, because, well, I have a family party to go to. Which is not a large family party, so I have to actually be there, because it means I can't slink into it. But anyway, let us do this, and let us go to, Danny boy, properties. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-do. That. And do that. And yay! Well, the first of the pennant number for HMS Cossack was LO3. So while she's often remembered as FO3 or GO3 in some paintings, she was originally LO3, and that is what I asked for, and that is what the very nice person who did all of these all those slides for me produced, because I didn't put them together. Believe it or not, my artistic skills are not that great. Someone else did them for me. Right. Hello, everyone. How are you all doing? Now, just before anyone asks, yes, I'm wearing Rudolph. But you mostly just see his antlers. Excuse me a second. I'm gonna duck behind this. But aye, right. I don't want to start coughing on you, so liquid refreshment. Let's get the thing that's going to take the flavour out of my mouth out here. Oh. I'm never quite sure if the noise is coming from the fridge fans or the computer fans on top of the fridge. It's always an interesting question. How is everyone doing this evening? I'm going to say hello to everyone while I'm sorting this out. Let's see. Hello, Night Security 1. Hello, John Shea. Nice to know. Shouldn't last week's Bruships be titled Bruships 134 and this week's Bruships 135? Possibly, but you might notice that this one's entitled Bruships New Year's Eve, and the other one's Bruships Christmas Eve. That's pretty much what I've gone for. I should have probably added in the year. I'll probably add it in at some point. Hello, John Shea. Hello, Calvin Gasberg. Hello, Timmy Locker. Hello, Steve Clarke. Hello, Blackman Maximus. Hello, Stafford. Hello, De Brock. Hello, us to the shore. Hello everyone, hello David Goulding, hello Derp Squad, hello John Shea and Black Bear Maximus, hello Ed Sutherland, hello Michael Cooch, hello Buggate829, Tasha2 Vachelle, hello Daniel Politics, hello Dan Freeman, of course, always good to see you. We're probably going to be spending some more time together again in 2024. I always do love this. At some point, you can guarantee on any ship-shaped tour, there will come a point where me and Dan will end up hungry when everyone else isn't, and we will go and find some food. In Australia, I think it was in Brisbane. I'm sure it was it in Brisbane? And we found the church, which had been turned into a 24-hour pancake and other things place, and it was very, very nice, and we were very happy to be there. And we ended up eating far too much food, but enjoying ourselves while we were doing it. Yeah, it happens on every one of those trips. Without doubt. In Canada, it was it the hotel restaurant on the second in Halifax? It might have been. Was it Melbourne? It could well have been Melbourne. I think it was Melbourne. Well, no, actually, we did it twice in Australia. Let's be honest, because there was also that time when we went around. I think it was Melbourne, and we went hunting for food, and we ended up in McDonald's because we couldn't find anywhere else open. Because for some reason, Melbourne, the centre of Melbourne, shuts down really, really frigging early. The church was Brisbane. Melbourne was McDonald's. Right. Now, questions. What would you call, or thing we call the sister ship for HMS Unicorn? Well, actually, that is something I have quite a good idea about. That was going to be HMS Seahorse. There's an option it would have been HMS Ocean, but there's also the option of HMS Seahorse. Oh, good God, that's so foul. I mean, literally, it's foul. Yuck. Oh, God. Oh, good Lord. That is foul. That is absolutely foul. Oh. 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 No idea. Right. So, I am going to be a little bit naughty, he says, a little bit naughty. And I have posted that to Twitter. Sorry. I've just been a little naughty and put a post on Twitter going, "We're live! Everyone who wants to, please come join us for a naval history themed party." Actually, that'd be fun to put on next year. Actually do a naval history themed New Year's Eve party. Would I be able to do that? I have no idea, but I'd give it a go. I'd certainly give it a go. It would be fun. If you like that idea of a New Year's Eve themed naval history party, which would probably be live broadcast and discussion, please mention that in the chat and put in comments below, and I will have a chat with the Shipshape crew about whether or not we can organise it next year. Andrew Cox, McDonald's is fuel, not food. It was all we could find. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, but I think we walked around the entire central business district of Melbourne twice hunting that, and it was literally all we could find. It was. I loved Australia. It was a beautiful, beautiful country, and all I can say is the kangaroos are incredibly friendly, and I made several pals amongst them. Might have been because me and kangaroos have a similar sense of humour. I don't know. But I will say this. They close very, very early in the evening. So, Doctor, if you had to pick between 4 more tribals and JKNs per year in their orders, or the sloop orders of the 30s being at least a flotilla, if not 2 per year, which would you pick? Okay, so my heart wants to say the tribals. My heart really wants to say the tribals. But my head is going to say that those flotillas of sloops would absolutely massacre German submarines in the early months of World War II, and would really change some of the losses lost to submarines in the early parts of World War II. So I'm going to go with the sloops. But oh, good lord, that's a tough one. That's a mean question. A mean question. Oh, we'd have to let Drac have some point of food. Yeah. Yeah. There were other places we found which we were sure the food was not the primary thing they were offering. uh, oh, caramba. It turned into an interesting trip sometimes. Alistair Shaw, I'm not even answering that question. I'm not getting into that there is no grounds. Let's put it this way. I'm actually having real trouble, and still having trouble with getting the year of the aircraft carrier right. Not so much in terms of what I include, but what I don't include. And there's a real debate in me as to whether or not to include some of the other German aircraft carrier designs, because it's whether I have the actual this is going to sound strange, but have the actual information to be able to talk about it properly. There is for Germany, for example, they're all never completed. They are all never completed. But there are some actual other classes, including conversion of the Weser, conversion of the J class scenario, which was proposed, and the what is known as the German Aircraft Carrier 2 project, the conversion of the De Grasse. And it's a case of pretty much, if I did that, I would need to spend most of my time with a copy of Erich Groner's work, Major Surface Vessels of the German Warships 1815 to 1945, which is an excellent work. It is an excellent book, but it's also pretty much the only source, only decent source on them. And that's a problem. That's a real problem. That pretty much you'd be limited to Erich Groner's work. So, Team Looker, if the order is given to splice memories, will the directors comply? I've always drunk iron brew in that scenario. the modern Royal Navy doesn't mind. If you are prepared to not, if you don't object to them, they don't object to you. My coach, in your command is command vid, you time-swapped admirals saying what role era they fit in if taken from their own time. Where do you think the following would fit? Captain, Admiral Bligh, Admiral Connington. I don't think Bligh really can deal with the modern Navy. He's... And this is going to sound terrible for Bligh and very cruel, but he's really is a creature of his time. Codrington could probably have dealt with the Cold War Navy quite well, because he's that way inclined. But I don't think Bligh could. And that feels a bit cruel to Bligh, but he's very, very much a person of his time, of his space, and that's what he is. And that's not a critique. Some people are just so much of their period that if you put them in any other period, they wouldn't fit as that, but they also probably wouldn't be that. I don't think he would be that way he is in a different period. But in a different period, he wouldn't have to, he wouldn't be so on his own. He wouldn't be promoted at that level anyway. But also, there's the fact that he were in a, it's going to sound, this is again a point to remember, is that he would have to deal with the reality that senior officers could see and check on him. Black Mercers, if the RN had kept up production of the tribals in the gas turbine scenario, do you think they would do the Britannic tribes like the Iceni or Pixel names? Honestly, they have far more. They have a whole lot of names to go through. They might go with the Britannic and Iceni. They might go with the Iceni or Pix. They might, but I think they'd be working through the tribes of the Empire more because, and this is an important thing to think about. The whole one of the reasons behind the Time Trouble Class's naming scheme was to provide ships to represent the broader empire and tie the empire together, and they saw how effective that was already being with the Asante, with the Gurkhas, with the Maori, with the all sorts of different groups. That's what they'd have been pushing with. Magnum 777, did you have any thoughts about the Enterprise D's restoration in Picard Season 3, or the fact that they have a Sovereign-class USS Warspite in canon? I thought I wasn't surprised that Enterprise D was rebuilt, honestly. That she was always a pretty emotive ship, so that didn't surprise me much. As for a Sovereign-class USS Warspite, I thought that was probably possibly not such a good idea, because Sovereign-class are pretty well armed, and anything called Warspite is... I was surprised there was a Dominion War if there was a Sovereign-class USS Warspite around, let alone any Borg threat left. Warspite is the sort of name which goes off to find the enemy, make sure they're dealt with, and then comes back and tells you they're dealt with, and with the crew just sitting aboard going, we don't know what happened. Because, again, the point I'd make is, the more intelligent the ship is in terms of its processing power, the more intelligent the machine spirit is going to be. And the more intelligent the Warspite machine spirit is, the more likely you are to have some very disturbing events. Dan Freeman, read the Alice Road Trip. It was you and Drac who stayed at the Hilton in Red Light District. True, it was me. But let's be honest, we all stayed at every single Hilton we stayed in seemed to be in the Red Light District. I'm not sure what it was, but wherever you have hotels in Australia, it seems to be there are very special massage parlours. Full service massage parlours, if my cousins need that, can learn that phrase. I will probably get killed tomorrow, but, you know, that's all I will say. Where's my pen gone? There's my pen. Yeah. Oh. Oh, okay. Question 82. Why did the British not consider a torpedo cruiser like the AJ and the Kitakami class? They did, but it was Admiral Beatty who was pushing for it, and his idea was to convert HMS Eagle at one point into an aircraft carrier torpedo cruiser. So they didn't, because they decided it was being pushed by a moron. But more importantly, there was the fact that the Royal Navy did think that... Let's put it this way. When you're designing these things, you have to consider that you do factor in and presume the enemy's going to behave like yourself. The Japanese were in many ways factoring in that the Americans were, in their views, pretty innocent when it came to the world of anti-submarine warfare and torpedo warfare, based on their World War I experience. And if you consider the Americans were proceeding in line at Tassafaronga and other battles, you can understand where they got their assessment from. The Royal Navy presumed everyone else learnt the same lessons from World War II, in which case they expected everyone to be doing that, i.e. zigzag. And if they weren't zigzagging, then they thought they were being stupid. So that means that what are the torpedoes for? Are you going to launch a close-range torpedo attack with a cruiser? That doesn't really seem like a good use of cruiser tonnage. Especially not for what the Royal Navy wants to do with it, so no. Blackman Maximus, would you rather use HMS Jove, USS Second Amendment, or IJN Most Honourable Combat to fight for HMS Thunderchild? Second Amendment probably has a huge number of guns on it. Most Honourable Combat probably is going to be used to get close and then pound with small guns. So, seeing as Thunderchild is, by definition, a steam ram, I'm going to go for Jove will be a balanced form. Second Amendment will probably blast it at long range, so I'll go with Second Amendment. But probably Jove and then Honourable Combat will be my choice, because I don't want to get close. I don't feel like getting Honourable Combat range with Thunderchild. That's good. We could see about that. Badmouse, would you rather eat hardtack or spam? I'm not that a bigger fan of either, but I've tried both, and I'll go with hardtack personally to spam. I prefer corned beef to spam. Dragonhead, between the US and pre-World War II, Italy and the shell issues, and Japan and its tendency to overload its ships, which navy do you look at and say, I'm disappointed? I do expect slightly better from the Americans, but I understand they're dealing with their Congress. Italy is maxing out its infrastructure, and frankly, considering its government organisation, the fact it did as well as it did is amazing. And Japan is just in a strategic... Well, they're up a creek without a paddle, really, from a strategic sense. So honestly, none of them can you really be disappointed with, because they all have legitimate reasons for where they end up. I'd say, if you were going to say which government I'm most disappointed with, probably the American, because they have the best starting point to actually not be in that position, if that makes sense. No, headpiece is not going to be a regular colour, Melanie. Nope. Maximus, 1939 British fleet versus the German High Seas fleet at Jutland. Only information they have is what the 1916 British fleet had originally at Jutland. How quick is the fight? Very painful, considering the number of British ships which have A, had their guns modified to have extended range, but B, have got radar fitted in 1939. So German High Seas Fleet probably doesn't survive that one. And there's also aircraft carriers around, which the German High Seas Fleet has no defense against. So let's put it this way: they would quickly have a lot more information than the British High Seas Fleet, Grand Fleet did, because of their aircraft carriers. And very quickly, thanks to radar and aircraft attack, probably will be dealing with a lot less than their aircraft carriers than the ground fleet did, and probably will annihilate the Germans. Riversy Efficient. Opinion on Italian World War II heavy cruisers. I quite like them as a rule, but there are some problems in them, and if you go to the year of the cruiser, which was 2022, if you go to the cruiser watch list, you'll find I went through all the Italian cruisers. I even did the Romas. I enjoyed them all. They're all good ships. Hello, Michael Patton. Spencer Jones. So what changes to world history do you think happen if the Royal Navy gets its big non-Nelson class items such as in 20s and gets all 40 county class cruisers they wanted? Well, if they still get a Nelsons and they get all 40 counties, then frankly there's going to be a very interesting treaty agreement in 1930 on terms of heavy cruisers. And that could change things dramatically, because that could mean the Americans could be building up more, but also could mean that the Japanese are in a scenario where they have to really think whether they build the Yamato and Musashi or whether they build smaller battleships and more cruisers. They have limitations on what they can do. They can do one or the other. Hello, Roosevelt. Phillips, Ark Royal disappears before torpedo hits and reappears in ports with all crews and supplies, with spares mysteriously appearing ashore as Falklands are invaded. What happens next? You could probably actually operate Harriers and helicopters from Ark Royal. Admittedly, they might have the world's fastest fitting of a ski ramp, but they probably could do that. As for the rest, well, they'd figure it out, but it would be interesting. You need to have comms gear inserted, but yeah. That's 681. Question 81. If the USN were told in 1941 that by the end of 1942 they would have only one operational carrier to fight against the Imperial Japanese Navy, what do they do to avoid a situation that by all accounts shouldn't have happened? Accelerate construction. If they're told in 1941 that by the end of 1940 they will literally turn around to whichever ships look like they're the closest to actually getting finished in time, and will pile on money and power. Especially if it's pre-war. Hendrik Buffer, could the use of aircraft carrier submarines with flying boats make the Battle Atlantic a lot more difficult for the Allies? Nope. What number of type planes could make a difference? Honestly, you would need a lot more long-range aircraft, but the big problem, Hendrik, for the whole scenario for the Germans is that they need intelligence assets, they need intelligence gathering, but they can't really support it, because they can't maintain a carrier battle group out there without the British coming and attacking it, and the British will come and attack it. So it's long range. If anything could have actually helped the Germans be more efficient, it would be long range hunter aircraft which could go out and tell the submarines where their targets are. So honestly, they needed a lot more aircraft like the Condor. And when I say a lot more aircraft, I'm talking 4, 5, 6 times as many. They need a lot more heavy bomber-like aircraft with long range that they can fit up for very long-range flight, that can go out and scout for the convoys and direct the submarines in. Because this is the dirty little secret of World War II. We make a lot of Bletchley Park, we make a lot of signals analysis, we make a lot of, the Battle Atlantic, and they are really big and scary things. And when a wolf pack does come across a convoy, it's a very scary, very hard battle, and there are a lot of people's risked lives. But a lot of convoys go across the entire Atlantic and never need to be redirected by Bletchley Park, never need to be reorganised, anything on that front, because the wolf packs are just not in the right place. And the British keep shifting the convoy routes. And it can be literally the wolf pack is in a space for 3 or 4 days, and then they have to go home or they have to go refuel. And during the time when they are not in that space, convoy transitions across. And then if they come back after they've met a milk cow or something else like that, there's no convoy there. And that happens. And so really what the Germans needed was better intelligence information. And they didn't have it. Theoretically, the trouble is for them, and let me put this bluntly, theoretically you could do that job with submarines. You could have a submarine that you could take torpedoes or everything completely out of a submarine. You could stick it off the coast of Halifax. It could form tail end onto the convoy, trail the convoy on the surface, but far enough back, try and be far enough back, etc., to report their position. Trouble is, the surface escorts will soon notice it, especially once they have radar, and will go and take it out on Aztec radar. They'll go deal with it. And HMS, let's be honest, the R-class battleships will quite happily deal with submarine on the surface doing that. So in the end, all you're left with is long-range aircraft. Long-range aircraft, they would need to have 4 or 5 times as many aircraft as they had originally to actually have a chance. Hello, Peter Ankerson. Hello, everyone. There's Ratsky. Hello. And I will say this. If you see a blue tab at the top which says Q&A New Year's Eve, click on that and put the questions in that, and then they'll appear on the screen. And then it's easier for me to keep up with them rather than keeping up with the chat, which is also full of lots of people saying Happy New Year. And Happy New Year, everyone, as well. Spiara Ninja, greetings from 2024, Colonial Overlords. Greetings to 2024. Right. Magmosus, what made the Admiral Hitler class so inefficient with their tonnage, and what could the British and Americans have done with the same tonnage but the 8-inch gun limit? Basically, everyone's sticking in their own ideas. If you look at the design, there are so many wiggles and so many inefficiencies put into the design. There are so many systems which, frankly, yes, they're the best system, but you should have gone with a general purpose system. The gunnery armament for starters, the secondaries, and there are it's just, how do I put it? It's the Germans seeking perfection when they should have, when actually good enough sometimes is better than perfection, because sometimes the perfect weapon is not the perfect weapon. This might be the best weapon you can have that can do this job. But it can't also do the other job. So you need two weapons, which are the best weapons you can have to do that job. And frankly, it's more efficient to carry 50% more than either of those amounts of a weapon which is 70% able to do those jobs. Because then you have A, more guns that can do that job, and B, you only have to deal with one type of ammunition, one type of gun, one type of maintenance, one type of training, all sorts of things. And it effects goes into the whole, because again, the things you need to support one type of ammunition are different from another. The parts and the spare parts, the things you need for one type of gun versus another. It's just, yeah, just makes your life easier. Dandream, riffing off aircraft carriers, might the delightful Goering have made Germany most likely to get a flying aircraft carrier as a La Shield helicopter, Sky Captain, the world or the future or whatever? They honestly did try. And that's another thing you could go with, is the idea of having some sort of Zeppelin, which would be sitting over the Atlantic, launching aircraft to go and scout and reconnoiter the Atlantic, and then come back and, you know, hook up and be refueled. If you could get that sort of system to work. The trouble is with that, is the moment you had such a scenario, A, taking it out would become Britain's #1 priority, and a Zeppelin is not exactly fast. And B, the amount of aircraft it could carry versus a proper ship aircraft carrier is going to be a problem, because the ship will carry a lot more aircraft. And frankly, what the Royal Navy would probably do is send Ark Royal to wherever in the Atlantic nearby it is, and launch all fighters, and tell them to go have fun. It would not be long before they would be taken out. Because again, in such a scenario, it's going to require a lot of radio direction finding. It's going to require a lot of signals going backwards and forwards between the Zeppelin and Germany, which is going to reveal this position very quickly. So it's far better to have long-range patrol aircraft. Long-range maritime patrol are all aircraft that are moving. That's right. If the RNS-40 Cannon-class cruise, Clarke-class Model 2, wouldn't that mean at Denmark Strait, when Bismarck used Hood and Wales would have Cannon-class cruisers with them in the fight? More than likely. Honestly, you can argue they should have had them with them in the fight in the first place, but they would have more than likely had them with them in the fight. Sim Richards, what's the name of the ship that was first to be classed as a frigate? That's a difficult one to do, because the original designation was frigate built. So, you have the fact that, you know, there are ships going back in British terms which have been frigate built for a while. But the fact is they are calling them frigate built because the Dutch have a vessel which they call a fregatten, which is sort of F-R-Y-G-A-T-T-N, I think. Might be another Y in it. And so, yeah, that's more of an evolution than something you can point to and go, this is the first class to be called a frigate. Okay. Like Moses, if Canada had ordered some Canny class and kept one of them as a museum ship in Halifax, who gets on board first the Canada trip? You or Drac? Probably me, because while Drac is probably filming a video for it, I'll be running up the gangplank. Going, will you let me aboard? Frank Spider, during the course of leadership, Gillen, did Pretty ever prove his leadership? No. Black Maximus, all of the escort ships in Taffy Free, excluding their carriers, are replaced by tribals. How long does the IJN fleet last? Look, they probably still do. Oh, they've still got cruise and things as an advantage, but yeah, they're going to get a lot more shells chucked at them. I mean, the sheer quantity of shells going off of them, and who knows what they'll fire at them. They were firing baked beans at the Italians, which many of my Italian historian colleagues, when they read that, and I actually showed them the documents which show it, actually have said that that should qualify as a war crime. So if they're firing baked beans at the Italians, imagine what they'd be firing at the Japanese under that scenario. That's say for one, if the Royal Navy had 40mm Bofors, 40mm pom-poms, and 20mm Orkan prior to World War II, then where do you see the RM putting the 40mm Bofor? Probably the Bofors and the pom-poms would be... Honestly, I could see the Bofors being more for cruisers and destroyers, with the pom-poms being more for aircraft carriers and capital ships. The idea being, and possibly for smaller ships as well, A, the reliability of the pom-pom for smaller ships, for i.e. things below destroyers, but B, the sheer volume of fire. You want slightly longer range fire for your cruisers and destroyers in terms of air defense, because remember, they are going to be they're going to be more pickets, but once it's getting into the point of inside the situation, inside the task group, you really just want sheer volume of fire, and pom-pom's best for that. Frank Savado, do you know if any ship saw more combat against battleships than Sheffield? I count at least 3 plus the Hipper. No, I think... Cossack goes too early. That one has a couple in the Mediterranean. I think you're probably right. I think Sheffield's probably it, but that's from memory. Mick Parkinson, do you think there was some sort of agreement to make an Anglo-Saxon empire between UK and USA, considering there's still significant strength of the RN at World War II's end in the 1970s? No. But you have to remember, the British keep a strong navy and in many ways, the last something like the last 30, 40, I would say 70 to 50, 20, 70 to pretty much 2015. 45 years was a bit of an aberration in British history. In that traditionally, if you look at it even us prior to World War II, we have a far more funding going for the Navy and the Air Force. Traditionally, that's what we fund. We fund the Navy. We funded the Air Force because we worry about bombers. It's traditional that we have a stronger Navy. And the reason is quite simple, because we are a trading nation. And we're mostly a maritime trading nation. And for the thing is, it's so misused. People go, we're an island, so of course we should have a Navy. No. Just because you're an island doesn't justify a Navy. But the reality of how Britain has used its nature as an island, and the reality of how Britain has positioned itself being an island, means that we do need a Navy. And so that's one of the reasons why we have such a strong fleet. And also, in a nice way, at the end of World War II, it's just that the Americans cut faster. And the British don't cut that fast, because the British still have a global empire to protect. It's not so much an agreement as someone has to do it, and if the Brits aren't doing it, then the Americans have to do it. Which is what the Americans found really annoying, because to an extent, some of their various compatriots absolutely muck up the British economy with how they act over the end of Lend-Lease. And that's what caused a lot of economic problems for Britain for the next few years, especially Britain's reaction to it. And this is the trouble with the Americans then complaining, well, we don't want to pay for the takeover of the world security. You kind of bankrupted the only other nation which was prepared to do it at one point. And no one else really wants to do that. Look, we sold other things, it's just those were tend to be our most popular items, Dan. What if the starting with the battlecruiser HMS Tiger, all British capital ships have triple turrets? I would say if that's the case, then Britain ends up with, then you have the Americans go even further with their construction, but also you have some very interesting scenarios in World War II. Because you pretty much increased the firepower line out for the Royal Navy, for all its capital ships, by 50%. So, for example, Renown and Repulse now have 9 15-inch guns, 6 firing forward, 3 firing aft. That's not good for the Scharnhorst class, because that means their forward firepower is the same number of guns as the Scharnhorst broadside. They can, 3 guns is enough for ranging. You could almost split the turrets and have one firing on Scharnhorst and one firing on Gneisenau then in the chase scenario. Yeah. Oh, Alex, for the New Year Iron Brew Fund. Thank you, Siglock. Admiral Anthony has a tech choice in 1930s. Radar from 1943 or gas turbines. Which would he choose? Radar he's already developing and pushing through. It depends when it comes in, but they had the concept, they're working on it in extent in 1930. So if he knows by 1943 it's useful, that's going to be a scenario of pumping more money in. So the very question gives him a clue about the value of radar. But he knows gas turbines at that point, because no one's combined Whittle's research with the various other turbine research going on at Parsons and John Brown. Gas turbines is something completely new, and if he's getting it, let's say when he comes into post in 1933, then he can make some big changes with it. If he's got gas turbines and working gas turbines. Now, where was I under questions? But no, broadly speaking, with the Tiger class forward question, if the British or capital ships all have triple turrets, then you might see the Americans actually pushing their gut ships even more, because the Americans like to have their ships have the most guns. So goodness knows how many guns their battleships don't have. If British have 12. For example, 2016, Naval Historian said that in 2016, Naval Historian said that BT sailed in circles after losing contact with Shear. Do you know when this happened? He did all sorts of fun things in Jutland, the run south and the run north. But he also did it in a few other events as well. Basically, his standard thing was to try and sail in a circle and see if he could see them. If Motka deployed to East Asia Squadron, how did the British hunt her down? They will have battle cruisers out there. Basically, if the Motka deployed to the East Asia Squadron, then the concept of having... You would have probably a battle cruiser with the fleet that fights them at Coronel. You probably have 2. Because the British idea was always to try and superiority in numbers. Now, admittedly, certain admirals had managed to work against that idea by spreading the fleet too far and wide. But that would be basically the scenario. So you would probably see... The Invincibles and the Indefatigables would probably be out hunting Motka. But you might also see... It's probably the Invincibles and Indefatigables. All 6 of them are out hunting. But they might also try and get the Japanese and the Congos involved. And that'd be an interesting scenario. You might also see a slightly more powerful one sent as well, just to make sure. So it might be a case of Lion and Tiger? Potentially? Well, no. Lion and Queen? Maybe Lion and Tiger. As you completely missed this one, 83, probably did. Could the Renown class have been built at a 10 torpedo tube configuration? They could have been if anyone wanted to, but they didn't want to. Why would you build something like the Renown class with 10 torpedoes? Why do you want your battle cruiser? Why are you arming your battle cruiser to the point at which torpedoes become a primary armament? The torpedoes on capital ships are always meant as insurance, i.e., if things if things cause real trouble, have torpedoes. But it's not a primary armament, especially not for a battle cruiser. Much notes. If the Montanas had been built, would the USN have tried to retain them along with the IOs post-war? More than likely knowing the USN. 87. What level of funding for ship shape next year will be needed as a goal to get you to Princess Bride reaction video? There is not enough funding on this earth for that scenario, but let me put it this way. It would be enough. It would have to require enough money for all 4 of us to buy houses. And I'm not talking about small houses. I'm talking prime houses on, I don't know. Dan, you're better. You're more often this way. Where are really expensive houses in London? I'm asking you, Dan. Where are the really expensive houses? If that's what people want to watch Princess Bride, there'll be millions of pounds. But you know, hey. Frank Sparrow, where is a good place to learn about UK subs? What are your top 5 UK subs in Model 2? I know nothing about them. Norman Freeman's British submarines books are quite good. 10th Flotilla book from Malta about Malta is fairly good. Is a fairly good starting point. Honestly, there are some books out there, and I've done a couple of videos on them, but most of them are very specialist. I'm looking behind me to see if any of my submarine books are easy to grab. No, I've got HMS Turbulent up there. That's a fairly good book. When did I read that? I read that a while back. Periscope Patrol is a fairly decent one. Periscope Patrol, that's a good one to start off with. Dan Freeman, Wimbledon Village, Highgate Village, something really nice. Knightsbridge, yeah. Periscope Patrol, Frank Spotter. How successful were the Germans at reading RN codes World War II? They had some success, but honestly, they found that the RN were annoying in that they changed their codes rather regularly. It's almost like the British realised that things can get decide that the best thing to prevent breaking is to just change their codes on a regular basis. And the thing is, the Germans never had the same intelligence operation going in Britain as it did in as the British had in Germany. Why do Italian torpedo boats do so well amended versus their own destroyers, especially against subs? Size, and also because again, it's the thing is, what's a valuable target for a submarine? Do you want to waste a torpedo on a torpedo boat? No. Do you want to try and use a deck gun on torpedo boat? Probably not, because the amount of damage you're likely to sustain is going to be more annoying than the damage you're going to sustain. They're going to sustain. Ooh, Regent's Park. Now that'd be a nice place to have a house. All four of us could have houses in Regent's Park. That'd be enough for us to for me to watch The Princess Bride. But pretty much, the Italians do well because they're in the waters they're designed for, and they're very good at it. Black Rasmus, Invincible class replaced by Clemenceau class on a 1-for-1 basis, while the British fleet is sent to Falklands. British personnel know how to operate all the French equipment. How does it go? Fairly useful. That can take a lot more aircraft. A lot more aircraft. If the British have enough Harriers sitting around for that, then they are very happy. You can take a lot of helicopters and a lot of Harriers. You could probably even fit the Chinooks on them if you got them there. So you expect USS Langley instead of HMS Audacity, would it help? Not really. Not really. There isn't enough there isn't really a differential in survival. HMS Verdun. A more serious question is Constellation class the appropriate option for Venezuela if they are currently in commission. It would seem perfect for the job if one existed, hence HMS Trenton said. Probably Constellation class for a Type 31 would be the perfect thing to escalate if you needed to. If Trent didn't have the desired impact, then you'd send one of those. How would Swordfish fare against the air defences at Falklands and around Argentina's primary harbour? Honestly, I'm not sure if the Argentines were designed to dealing with aircraft going that slowly. And Swordfish might pick up a new role as killing of helicopters, which would be interesting. Why did the question 78? Why did the Royal Navy reject the 40mm Bofors and 20mm American pre-World War II? They didn't. The Bofors is based on the pom-pom, but the thing is, the RN is getting into that and building that, and it hasn't come into service by World War II. They are still building pom-poms, which they already have a lot of, and it's the same with the Oricon, in that the Oricon isn't rejected. so much as the timeline for it getting into the fleet was not. Again, one of these things you have to deal with is the fact the Royal Navy's planning is because of the 10-year rule. Is the Royal Navy's planning on war in 1942 onwards, so a lot of procurement has been delayed at that point, and they've had the machine guns in service. They know they need to replace them. They've worked out what they're going to replace them with. They just haven't said it out yet because they haven't had the funding, and they've got to put the money on other things. Recommend if Germany had started with 10 I-400 class submarines, Goering would probably not let them have proper aircraft for it. Honestly, probably wouldn't have. But let's be honest, the I-400s have uses far beyond being used for aircraft. They could be done. All sorts of things can be done with them. Frank Bonner, in Battlestar Galactica, I'm presuming the flight pods on both sides. Do you think they would still run into the drift left problem that led to carrier irons on the right side? There actually was an interesting question about that in the Patreon vote. Which reminds me, Patreon. Continues Dr. Alexander Clarke. Yep. Yeah. Has the vote finished? The vote should have finished. Yes. Poll ended. Poll has ended. Who has won? Who has won? Blackburn Maximus's Helios route, a lucky development of helicopters, Impact World War II, Western Whirlwinds, available in 1939. And we have another tie between 2 on 10. Old ship designs that actually work from Andronor. And Cody, the different types of aircraft carriers, seaplane carriers, hybrids are beginning for the year of aircraft carriers. Interestingly enough, I had in mind, Cody, and I'm going to apologise for this, there's actually a video program for the Long Patrols, which was sort of going to be like that. So basically, I'm just going to hijack that and actually have a live at it. But it might come out as a Tuesday Long Patrol rather than a Saturday Long Patrol, because it was in the Tuesday scenarios. So yeah, it might be that happens. Yeah. Sorry about that one. I did when I was writing into the list of videos for next year, next year. So going, is this should I be putting this in there? And I was thinking, well, it might not win. Anyway, in answer to the BSG question, would they run into drift left from? No, because if you consider in space, yes, you would sort of have that problem, but also if you consider the size of it and the amount of computer control they have, I don't think they're going to do it. Andrew asks, given that NORADs were slow, King George V and Vanguard undergunned, what do you consider the most powerful Royal Navy battleship to commission, and how does it compare to a 1940 Lion design? Ooh. I'm not sure if I consider the Vanguard undergunned. The most powerful RN battleship to be commissioned for their time was probably without a doubt the Queen Elizabeth class, for their time. But everything's relative to their time. The Nelrods, you say slow, they are slow by World War II standards, but by the time they're commissioned in the 1920s, they're friggin' fast and more than fast enough for the job. So, yeah. I'd say you have a problem once you sort of go with most powerful, because you'll ultimately, Vanguard is probably the most powerful ship commissioned, because she has the 18-15-inch guns, and she has the speed, and she has the armor. But the thing is, she's not what you. She's not the Lion class would have been probably been better. Then comes in the Castle Federation universe. What would your design priorities be when you're building a new navy, new ships? Also, could you do with Glyn and the Bill Trump's crew? Oh, we always like to have Glyn involved in the Bill Trump's crew. It's always fun to have him along. And doing in the Castle Federation, what would your design priorities be when building a new navy? It would be fighters followed by shielding. Basically, what the Dakota Confederacy seem to have done quite well, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Castle Federation has already got further along with. Jill D. Did the Japanese Navy draw from experience of the German Navy regarding submarine technology and tactics? No, they had their own. This is one of the interesting points. It does come up. There are always people writing, "Oh, the Japanese got it from the Germans." No, the Japanese had a lot of long history of their own submarine development and their own submarine operations, and they were very good at them. They were honestly a bit dismissive of the Germans. As for sure, who do you think was the best out of the Hood family? I'm going with Alexander because, well, I'm Alexander. Spirit Ninja, could the US have bypassed Laity in the Philippines and gone straight for Jima and Okinawa instead? Theoretically, but I wouldn't like to actually do it because the risk you'd be presenting to your force would be massive. So you can theoretically do it, but you don't want to do it. Right on. If you took the Pearl Harbor fleet and each ship's burnt at zenith in terms of training and equipment, and the IJN's task force, Kita Batai's service and subordinates under the same conditions, Runon, I'm presuming there's a second part to this question. I can't actually see that second part of this precise time. Let me do timestamps. And so we're at 7:48. Runon. I've got one there. I'm gonna guess, Runon, that's per second part. Both forces involved in Pearl Harbor attack are upgraded with the top weapons, aircraft, and training that they received during World War II, not doctrine. How does it affect the raid? Probably still goes about the same way, because in the nicest way, if the Americans are caught napping like they are historically, then that's what happens. It's kind of like when you're discussing the proposed raid on the High Seas Fleet in Wilhelmshaven. The fact is, during the war they got rather lazy. No one can drop torpedoes in their water. No one can do this, that, the other. So, despite my theory that the Sopwith Cuckoos wouldn't have achieved even more than 10% of their torpedoes probably actually hitting anything, the fact is they wouldn't have had the Germans wouldn't have had any nets up inside the harbour because they had nets and things blocking the harbour, so no one could get into them. So they would have just been taken out. Whatever the 10 torpedoes do, the 10 torpedoes do. Like I don't know, how does the history change if the Royal Navy launches an air attack on the German High Seas Fleet towards the end of World War I? Does Toronto Pearl Harbor still happen? Potentially, Toronto and Pearl Harbor still happen, yes, but the question is going to be whether people believe they can defend against it. So it's how they try and defend against it, is how successful the attack is. If it's going to sound strange, but if they go and hit 10 ships, 10 torpedoes hit 10 ships and it does damage, yes, that's going to lay down a marker, but there's also going to be people going, see, they had really bad performance. You didn't get that many hits. Look how they launched 100 aircraft and only got 10 hits. Da 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 da. You can hear it over and over again. And the thing is, there is a difference in technology you have an access to in World War II than you do in World War I. So, yeah, it probably changes history and then it makes things more visible, but then people are going to think they've come up with solutions for it. They're going to go, well, we have radar now, we have anti-aircraft guns, it wouldn't work. Makuch, which historical ships would you give the Unsung Hero Award to and why? Brigs in the Age of Sail. They get often looked over completely because they have just 18 guns and they're very small and slow, but they do 90% of the work of frigates. And they get no attention. And they deserve it. For example, I just realised that Nelson's torp tubes face forward, not perpendicular. I love the class much more now. I find it funny that, and they could steer them as well, that no one in Europe ever built BBs to beat these because they are this treaty's limits. That's the problem. It's treaty limits, and most people try to effectively avoid them by trying to build faster than them. Mick Parkinson, how efficient were the Black Swan mods modernized during war? Pretty useful. And Santa Falca, what frigate birds called? What were frigate birds called? Frigate birds before there were frigates. Yes. Then, right, the major navies started building custom-designed support ships like subtenders. Why do this instead of converting merchant ships and old warships for all those support ships? Well, they did occasionally when they could. But sometimes what you're trying to build in there is things which are going to be pretty specialist. And if you're going to have to start making cuts in the hull and rearranging the insides of a ship, at a certain point it's more expensive to actually convert a ship than it is to build a new one. What was the saddest ship to be seen scrapped in your lifetime? HMS Invincible. Okay, you'd say you upgraded the armament to do 50mm. Would an updated quad pom-pom be appropriate? Not particularly. We're talking about a Bofors 40. It's a Bofors 40mm. If you could get a quad of that, then that's fine. But why would you want a quad pom-pom? It's an AA gun. With all the issues of being an AA gun, it's easier to go for something new. So, what would you fly in a battle? Devastator on Albacore after it's had its engine fixed. What is an important that you feel? What is important that you feel the UK lacks most right now? Mass. That's right. Question 78. All history. The 40mm Decker gun mount is developed instead of the octuple pom-pom in World War II. Does this gun make air attacks on Iron ships harder or easier than historical? About the same. It makes up for the lack of rate of fire differential, and does have slightly longer range, but it still does have a rate of fire differential. Frank, sorry, what was the worst defeat? The loss of Glorious or Force K? It's probably Force K. Because Force K loses two capital ship assets which could have been useful. Glorious is down to stupidity in the face of the enemy. The other one's down to stupidity and strategic positioning. So yeah, I'd go for Force K. Because Force K, you've got no excuse. Force Glorious, you can at least claim, well, we thought we'd already won the battle, so we thought it was empty. I can't remember. Which Australian-Hungarian vessel would you save from scrapping in 1980 and transport to 2024? One of the Tegetovs, definitely. Frank's Matter, this is kind of part of the Force K question. Which battleship do you believe? I think you mean Force Z. Force K is the lost through minefield, but Force Z is that battleships are lost. This is kind of part of the Force K question. Which battleships do you believe had more successful career, Littorio or Scharnhorst? Probably Littorio. Honestly, probably Littorio. But that's because, honestly, she's deployed where she's exactly supposed to be deployed, and she's really good at it. Black Western. MacArthur is captured during the invasion of the Philippines. How does this affect the war? Well, Roosevelt suddenly gains the ability to walk. He's so excited. And he's probably having a party and doing this and all going, yes, yes, MacArthur's gone, MacArthur's gone, MacArthur's gone. After he has sorted himself out, they probably get on with the war effort, and they do quite well. It's going to still follow pretty much the same policy. Hi, Jack Ray. Hello, Just Funk, and hello, Danny Wright. And hello, Rob Beck. Hello, everyone. And how do I miss anyone? Hello, Skepta Shot. Yes, if G3 had been commissioned, the G3s had been done, then frankly they'd have won it. The discussion about the Lions, etc. and everything. Mainly because 16.5-inch guns tends to trump most arguments. Even if one is the worst positioned turret known to mankind. Right, I have raisins. I'm being good. I have fruit. And I have eggs. So, you know, fruit and eggs. I'm healthy. Fruit, eggs, and iron. Henrik Bonhoeffer, if the Dutch have 1047 battle cruisers built, but they do not go Scharnhorst or Dunkirk, cousins, what other ship would be built to a modified specification? What would be your favourite? Probably something based on the King George V's. If they're going to go anywhere, we go to the British, and you could do something with 14-inch guns. Especially the twin 14-inch guns. You could do a sort of Renown or Renown style King George, using the King George V guns, and have 6 14-inch guns in 3 twins. That would actually be quite a good design. That's gone through my head. That's actually quite a good design, because you can make those thin, and with some of the engine work the Dutch and the British were doing, because the Dutch would, unlike the British, would not go. The British went, we have newer, more powerful engines. We don't want to use them, because if we do, then we're going to have to support and sustain them and change all the manufacturing facilities just when we're building everything up. So we just want to go with what we're going to do, because it's going to be easier, logistically and engineering-wise and construction-wise, to just go with what we have. Whereas the Dutch will just go, well, we haven't got anything, so we'll take the best, thank you very much, and then we'll work out from there. What if Japan attacked Spain in 1894? Honestly, that's one of the few forces the Spanish could probably have fought in 1894. Because the Japanese are nowhere near the strength they are in and later on. So, in 1894, the Spanish might win. I wrote a whole article on the Black Swan class for someone a few years back on the proposal the Iran Navy project. I think it was European Geostrategy website. I would say it was an interesting idea, but I could see it developing problems in the fact that I don't think you'd still get enough hulls. The Scepter Shop. What do G3s actually lay down in even the Vega sense? Keel, blocks, etc. What are simply play plans? This is a product of much debate amongst historians. And as I understand it, and as I believe it to be, because of some of the stuff I've seen, documents I've seen, they were laid down. They were at the initial construction phase. The Admiral class are even more interesting for some of the things going on there, but the G3s were laid down. I'm not sure if all of them were laid down, but I have a strong belief at least 2 were. Oh. What is the thick yellow book with the red box at the end of the shelf? Cambridge History of China, Volume 5, Part 2, Sung China, 960 to 1279. I am slowly building up the full set. Just some of the many books I spend far too much money on. I need more space. Actually, that's not a reason for us to move. I need more space for books. The question is which Derbyshire? If you're talking about the MV Derbyshire, the armed merchant cruiser. Let's see. I think she was escorting a convoy, wasn't she, when she went down? Was she escorting a convoy? I'd have to do some more research before I want to get into that one. Because Derbyshire, as a name, has an interesting history. So, if you do want... It is MV Derbyshire, HMS Derbyshire from World War II. If that's the one you're looking for, then if you tell me, I will go and have a look into it. Just send me a patron. Not a patron. Oh, good lord, that sounded so egotistical. Send me a Discord. Sorry, I was hunting for the right name, and then I saw patron. Patron went. Hang on, no, not patron. That's the one you have to pay to get into. Send me a Discord. So, HMS Tiger 1912 gets built with your triple turrets. Does she still around in World War II? Potentially, because potentially if she's got 13.5-inch turrets, 13.5-inch guns, triples, it's possibly big enough that you can upgrade it to triple 14-inch. Or potentially, definitely put in twin 14-inch. But also, in a nice way, if they've got triples, they're going to be even bigger ships. So the treaty limit tonnage is going to be much bigger. Listen, if the cannon class had been built as a 9.2-inch gun heavy cruiser, what else would have changed other than the size? Well, if that's the treaty limit, gone through as 9.2-inch guns, probably the shape of the turrets and the superstructure. They're going to need far more solid superstructures. Deal with the reverberation of 9.2-inch guns and 8-inch guns. First one, World War is between England and France in 1912. How long does it last? How long does the French Navy last? In 1912, the French Navy ceases to exist in about 6 weeks. And that's me being charitable to them. The French Navy in 1912 is not in a good position. How does the war last? I don't know, it depends. How long until the British have taken all the French colonies around the world and are then planning on what to do next? Do they ally with the Germans and the Germans invade France from the back, in which case it might be very different. I'm sorry to be eating in front of you, but I got reminded I hadn't eaten fruit today. My mum and sister are worried about me whenever I'm ill. I'm not supposed to get ill. I'm supposed to be well so I can help whenever they're ill. Whenever I'm ill, it's a very scary scenario for them. What are the advantages of the 8-inch gun over the 9.2-inch gun? You can store ammunition, a lot more ammunition in the same amount of space. And rate of fire and size of machinery, scale of machinery, because of the weight of the shell being moved. Scepter shot. As there were a number of updated Lion class designs post 1942, what do you think were the most likely one? I saw there are even plans for a Montana type line with auto-loading 16-inch guns. There are all sorts of options, really. I would say the 12-gun version is probably the most likely post 1942, but the 9-gun version would be far easier to build. Did the Germans ever utilize any of the destroyers well after the war operation? They tried to, but they just lacked critical mass of them. You need a lot more destroyers than they had, and they just weren't putting money into destroyer construction. They just weren't. Blackburn started. The US fleet at Midway have the same amount of 40mm and 20mm as they do at the Battle of Philippine Sea. How significant of an emotional event do the Japanese pilots have? It'll be interesting. It will be interesting. Probably pilots still do quite well, but yeah, that's going to be a lot more firepower. That's like a threefold increase in AA firepower. The question probably has been asked before, but how much more can the Kriegsmarine get away with? The entire 1939 U-boat fleet gets replaced with modern SSKs. Can repair, but not replace. I reckon they can also do all sorts of interesting things, but the thing is, they're going to be a lot quieter, a lot more capable, but they don't have deck guns, and so they're going to be entirely reliant on their torpedoes for their kills, which they'll run out of far more quickly. It's a case of they make sense in modern times with modern aviation scenarios, but in that period, the deck gun is very useful. Still useful. Let me see, what would you do if done with 10 I-400 class submarines? Mine layers. Frank Spider, what are the battles class destroyers best known for in history? Suez Crisis, honestly. Otherwise, they don't get used a lot. How much would it take for the ship-shaped crew to eat Drax Age of Sail rations like he did a bit about? A lot. Batman Westwards. British are given designs and examples of the Free in a rocket, Tiny Tim rocket, and Little Richard rocket. How does it affect World War II? Well, the 3-inch rocket, trying. When are we given the examples? Are we given them long enough in advance to create our own? In which case, a lot of interesting rocketry weapons come into service. If they're literally shown to us on, I don't know, the 10th of August, then probably not a lot happens. But if they're shown to us in, I don't know, 10th of August 1959, not a lot happens. If it's 10th of August 1930, then the British are very happy and will have some very interesting weapons by World War II. Because it'll take a while to reverse engineer it. Frank's one, do you see consider a raid on a ball in 1943 by Saratoga be strongly similar to Toronto raid? I think you've missed out some things which are involved in that raid and scenario, but yeah, it's not really similar to Taranto, but it is similar to Taranto. It is a strike on a harbour, so yes, it's similar to Taranto, but that's where it ends. But that's not because of anything, that's not me saying anything bad about the strike, it's just that Saratoga has a very different air group than Illustrious did at Taranto, so there's a very big difference in the strikes, and the profiles, and what you do. So, Johnson, if any, how many narrow canal boats were pressed in service for Dad's Army Home Defence Force? Honestly, that's a question which is difficult to answer. Because they were being used for a lot of movement of goods. You have to remember they were vital infrastructure assets. You're talking about heavy goods vehicles of their day. So if they were being taken up for the home guard scenario, then there was something really important for them to be used for. There were a few used for providing searchlights and AA guns in various critical facilities, but they weren't often home guard manned. A few of them were actually armed by the, actually crewed by the WAF, the Women's Auxiliary Air Force, and their gunnery crew, their AA gun crews. And simple answer, Verdun, yes. If we are having a year of the carrier, will there be an episode discussing what is a carrier, such as the Japanese cruiser carriers, or the heli carriers like HS Ocean carriers or Unicorn? Yeah, I'll be looking at them. Question 76. Who got more use from dangerous guns, the USN or IJN or Royal Navy? Probably the IJN, honestly, but because the USN and the Royal Navy basically didn't like them. If the British and the Americans started building modern destroyer tenders for the ships today, what do they look like and be equipped with? Probably similar to the Fort class. One-stop supply ships. But with more cranes so they can load VLS tubes. Right back. So as part of my 1805 signal project, hello, I'm trying to track down source for the size of flags. That'll be fun. To your knowledge, has anyone visited the wrecks of Implacable 1805 off the Isle of Wight? I think so. I think an archaeology team from Southampton Uni went down, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't know why that's ringing that bell in my head of Southampton Uni's archaeology squad, but they're the ones who I think went down there. And my sister's working on stabilising the Isle of Wight, but I don't know if she's had anything to do with them. But I just think it was them. Actually, is there an end of year quiz for this year? I understand if there wasn't because you were going to write them when Mum happened. There will be an end of year question set essay like I did last year, but it's probably going to come in it's probably going to come next week at some point because it just hasn't been finished yet. Thank you, Ian Williams. Oh, that's cute. Ay, caramba. It's now requiring me, OBS is requiring me to log into the channel again. This is always fun, it does occasionally. It goes, this session will be cut off if you do not log back in, because you have not logged in in how many days? Yes, I haven't, because once I'm logged in, I'm logged in. You don't ask me to do it until it's an emergency again. There we go. Done. Thank you, VM Williams. Let's end this. Alright, let's go through this. So, the shot. For Malta on the G3, do you think should the treaty have failed, the UK could actually build them? Yes. Why would Alliance not based on G3? Because technology and things have moved forward, and because they're building battleships, not battle cruisers. But also because they've decided they want to have a mixed sign. And there is, as I've explained many times, and I have a whole book on economics I tend to use to point out to it, the British are not financially broken by World War One. They have a lot of debt, which they prioritise paying back over spending on other things, but they can always pay back that at a slightly lesser rate and spend more on defence if they want to. They can easily afford to build full battleships. Also, you have to remember the cost of building for Britain building battleships in 1920s is a lot less than building battleships in the 1930s or the 1940s. Why? Because they have so much more infrastructure to draw from. In the 1930s, you're having to pay to rebuild infrastructure, which has been allowed to go fallow because of years of not building anything. In 1920s, you've got tons of infrastructure sitting there to be used that people want to be used, and so there's lots of competition, so which makes the prices cheaper. So actually, in 1920, they can build a G3 quite cheaply, comparatively, and they can afford to. One of the troubles we often have looking back is we have World War One, we have the Great Recession, we then have World War Two, then we have the way Lend-Lease ends, and then we have the mismanagement of the 50s, we have the Suez Crisis, and then you have all the economic problems which then build up in the 60s, and people look back and go, Britain was broken, and a lot of people will try and push the breaking of Britain financially to World War One, but honestly, it's a combination of all those things. Yes, World War One starts it, but World War One does not finish it by a long means, and World War One does not do it wholly. The whole build-up is bad, and honestly, I would argue some of the worst decisions are the post-World War Two governments, which have to bear a large chunk of the blame, and putting the blame back on World War One is a very easy scapegoat for them. It's not the case. What was the common food on UK subs? What was their living condition? A lot of canned meat, a lot of veg. Their living conditions were fairly decent. The submarines at the time, it was fairly smelly, but, you know, these things are often the case. There is a reason why you often see pictures of them where they're shirtless and they're basically wandering around in shorts. It's hot and humid, but there again, you'll then have various people who'll be in their full overalls and full uniforms, full overalls because of the chemicals they're dealing with. So, it's submarines are not good, not nice places to be on board in World War One, and World War Two. Modern submarines, fairly nice place to be. As long as you're not claustrophobic. As Mitchell, what would the Fleet Air Arm say if the UK firm came to them with an A6M2 design? What changes have they done? Well, I'm presuming you mean an anglicised one anyway. Probably they want it firmed up and slightly stronger. And they'd want more protection for the pilot. Next one. If the transom stern is one cut flat, what is the name for the stern type for long battle cruisers that ends in a long point? You're dealing with a yacht stern or a rounded stern, depending on what they're calling it. It's how I understand it. I think it's a derbyshire after World War Two. I'll have a look into that one. Nicholas, you are head of the German Navy at the end of World War One after the Versailles Treaty. What do you do to maximize officer corps and chiefs for the future Navy? Come with reasons to keep them around. Come with a lot of reasons to keep them around. So I've got to come with a lot of positions for officers to be sequestered to, a lot of positions for NCOs to be sequestered to, a lot of training school time. I'd probably ask the Merchant Navy if I could do an officer sharing scheme to get more sea time for my officers and chiefs, and things like that, pretty much. Did I think it's... Did I say I think it's General Sheriff after World War II? I'll have a look at it. Shot. Did the UK ever consider or design heavy cruisers of the Admiral Hipper type rather than treaty cruisers such as Kent class? If you mean asking if the Royal Navy had designs for heavy cruisers after the treaties were over, yes. But the Hippers are basically a post-treaty design in terms of what they're designed to. The British did have designs for that, and they were basically 9.2-inch heavy cruisers. And they did look at them. But it's a case of they didn't... World War II happened, so they didn't get around to building them. I think if World War II had after 1942, they would have done. By my estimate, RN, with 1941 night fighting doctrine, training and equipment German, how bad does it go for the Germans? There's a lot less of a German fleet getting back to Wilhelmshaven. There's definitely no room for anyone to try and claim it was a German victory. Dr. C, you mentioned something about the torps on Nelson could be turned. What do you mean, no? They could steer themselves. The big 24.5-inch torpedoes that the British put on the Nelsons could actually, within latitude, not much, but within enough latitude, could actually steer themselves, so they could be aimed at a target. Rather than just being fired and, you know, hoping it was hitting, it was going in a straight line, they could actually, to an extent, be aimed. Okay, Henrik Beaufort, did you see, you proposed a ship using King George V small turrets, three small the King George V small turrets. What kind of displacement would they be used? Perhaps small to build 4 instead of 3? Depends what speed and what army you're looking at, but you could probably get them in enough to build 4 instead of 3, but again, it's going to be the yards. If you're ordering in British yards, you could get 3 or 4 built quite easily. Honestly, Britain is not using its capacity at any stretch of the imagination in 1930s for its yards, so you could have... This is the thing I often find funny with the Dutch. They're always trying to order from the Germans or other people, and you sit there and go, you don't have the yard space to accommodate you. You're never going to get this. Order from the Brits, do you have the yard space? They can build it for you. And the British would have loved it because it would have meant they would have been getting someone else paying some money towards building up their infrastructure. It's kind of like the Americans and the Australians at the moment in terms of helping them towards submarine construction. Americans are happy to get the Australians involved because it helps pay for the submarine construction. Senior Richards, Roma survives and gets some water. What happens to her and who gets her after war? She probably ends up being used for various operations, especially as they want her for Japan. After the war, the Soviets probably want her. The Soviets will want her, but that might mean that the Giulio Cesare gets to stay Italian. Sure, who's your favourite admiral, Nelson or Collingwood, Napoleonic British admiral? Duncan. Of course, Duncan. Nikoros, Lexington and Saratoga have tiny 18-inch turrets. Were they fully functional 18-inch turrets? Yes. Was range restricted? No. They were fully functional 18-inch turrets. They're just not great turret designs. Another reason not to stick them on your aircraft carrier. Glamwismus. The British take up Hawaii as a protectorate after the French invasion of Hawaii in 1949. How does this affect things going forward? Hawaii could now be an independent British Commonwealth country. Member of the British Commonwealth. Things going forward, though, is it could have interesting effects on both the Hawaiian economy and the American economy, because it could mean the Americans end up focusing on Midway or something like that for their naval base. Why do people forget the USN has not fought another naval power since World War II and hasn't lost a warship to any fire since World War II, whereas the Royal Navy has with 2 Type 42, 2 Type 21, an LCU, and LSL sunk in 1982. They haven't really forgotten it. It's just most people don't actually take notice of what happens outside their own silo. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just most people live their lives in their own box and they're happy with it. And if you wanted me to talk about great inventions in terms of pharmaceutical science in the last 50 years, I'd probably smile and go, that's not my area. You know, I'm very lucky. I'm friends with Dan Freeman, so I would ask him and he would talk about it. If you want me to talk about naval history and naval events around the world for the last 50 years and international relations and international politics for the last 50 years, I can do that without even flinching. Everyone has their own silos. There's nothing wrong with it. We only have so much time in a day. We only have so many hours in a day. In February 1941, the UK somehow are able to amass 3 fleet carriers at all at the same time. Where do they send it to? Well, okay, Frank. Small issue you have with that is they do, at several points in 1941, amass multi-carrier operations. They're usually called the Malta convoys. It's quite often the Malta convoys that you have the big operations. And the big runs. So, if they're getting it in 1941, great, but they're probably being used to run convoys. Big convoys are massive battles, and the only reason they're not thought of in the same categories as Midway and Coral Sea, despite the sheer quantity of aircraft involved, is because they're a convoy, not a battle. And so people don't consider them as prestigious, but when you look at the actual forces arrayed in them, they are massive. Colossal. Sorry, nice to say for everyone. Question 73. Where could 10-inch have been useful? Napoleonic Wars. Black Masters. The Netherlands builds 3 battlecruisers, but they're based on the Dunkirk class and armed with the new British 14-inch guns. How does the 3 Dutch forces use them to help the Allies? It depends where they are. If they're in the Netherlands, then they race across to Britain and they're part of the British forces there. If they're in the Far East, then they might get attached to Force Z. Which could be interesting. Because that would probably disperse the concentration aircraft even more. and with the greater weight of anti-aircraft fire, they might actually get through it with minimal damage. If they're being built in Britain, then then you might have, depends when they're all built, etc. And if they're all built, if they're all built and all being built, great. If they're not all built before the Netherlands falls, then it might be that one of them's completed as an aircraft carrier for the British. Could be interesting. Sima, how would one go about transforming the last 4 Lexington-class battleships into battlecruisers into fast supply ships, with and without Panamax? Yeah, their engines. Honestly, strip them down to the decks, take off all their armor, take off all their guns, and put in the supply accoutrements, i.e. the various storage positions you need for supplies. Probably fuel would be stored in where you'd had the magazines. And dry stores sort of above deck, above that, in a sort of a covered space, which I think you'd probably do. You'd probably end up with looking like kind of boxy. In the gas turbine scenario, the Royal Navy had built the Lions, but they were basically F3 with 16-inch guns. How did they perform? Scary. Capable, but very, very scary for everyone. Make sure that, as I don't think we've got that far, we've got that key ships video yet. We have. Gazette Monarch class, Italian response and the British response to that tech race 1915-16. Honestly, the response to the Gazette Monarchs we have done, because the response to the Gazette Monarchs is the Francisco Caracola class. Yes, they're coming on the Italian timetable rather than immediate response, but that's what the response is. And I did talk about the British response to that, would mean. The Belgian team is given 1 year of the Deep Sea Challenger. What wrecks do you explore? No idea, but the reason I have no idea is it would be weeks of discussion, voting, and probably a lot of bribery of Dan. Because Dan is probably going to be the least committed to any one of the wrecks, because he will want them all. Whereas Gary, Strack, and myself all have our favourites, so it's going to be whichever one can bribe Dan will win the vote. I didn't miss that question. It's a very random question to answer. Question 75, would it be right to say that the DD-724, Mr. Laffy, should not have survived the kamikaze attack she faced? Why shouldn't she have survived it? Look, the crew do a really great job, and trust me, she wouldn't have survived it if it hadn't been for the crew. But the crew are part of the factor always, so saying she shouldn't have survived it is saying the crew shouldn't have done their work. Damage control is part of your design when you're building it. Stigma, the Channel Tunnel is completed in the interwar years. Do the British and French armies retreating down it with equipment? Does it play a role at all until after the historic landing? They probably do retreat to it and do retreat down it with equipment, because you can get a lot of heavy equipment through it. And you don't need to worry about those things, although I wouldn't be surprised if the Germans try and bomb it in all sorts of scenarios, but you can get a lot of people out it. Let's be honest. If you retreat to that, and you manage to retreat to that, you can collapse your perimeter very successfully with people disappearing off down the tunnel. But leaving that to one side, you can pull them out using trains, and the trains can even sit inside the tunnel a little way down, and people can get to it, and then they can just pull them out. But I'm very certain that to prevent invasion, it ends up getting flooded. It would need to be rebuilt probably post-World War II. Robek, general research related question. How do you start structure your initial research? I get a book and argue with it. That's honestly how I start. I find a book on a topic which I like or dislike, preferably one I dislike, and I have an argument with it. What do I like about it? What do I like about it? With the tribal class, that's what I got. I got the tribal class book that I dislike, and I got the battle one and the daring ones. I like all those books actually, but I had arguments on them because they all weren't how I would do them. I'm sure I answered where did the 17th inch one gonna be useful. Bruno, if the UK joins the treaties on the premise that the maintenance costs are less than a building raise, could they have kept their infrastructure up for World War II post treaties? Um, if the government's been prepared to underwrite privately owned infrastructure with government money, yes, but they weren't going to do that. Sam Thompson, along with the reaction of Iowa's, Reagan signs Nuclear Cruiser Escort Act into Congress, stating for every 2 CGNs built, 2 CGNs must also be built. How does it affect global affairs? The US Navy has a lot of nuclear cruisers. Honestly, it might mean they have another design other than the Burks that they can keep building. They could keep building at the moment. And also give them a level above a Burke to be able to deploy as a status symbol and as a presence mission. But most importantly, it would give an escort which could keep up the carriers no matter what. Have you looked into bringing guests on the videos? Yes, I have looked into it, and I've got some ideas about doing it. It's one of those things I'm planning for this year ahead to actually get into doing. But I've done some guest videos in the past, but it's also a case of it's something you have to organise quite far in advance, and you have to prep together and plot together. And honestly, with the work scenario I had up until recently, it wasn't really viable. At the moment, it's a case of moving and various things which are going to cause that issue. But once I'm moved and settled down and in space and have got those things organised, then it becomes more of a viable option. So, how much use did the Royal Navy get out of their 5 10-inch armed pre-dreadnoughts and 4 10-inch armoured cruisers? They were useful vessels for their time, when the 10-inch gun was considered a viable gun because it was the largest you could build. At certain points, that was viable. On my coach, alternate history. The US declares the Monroe Doctrine and then finds that they have to enforce it themselves. How does the US end development, and where would the flagship points be other powers be? Well, they're going to need a lot more ships, and they're going to need a lot of ships aligned for starters. Flashpoints are going to be the Caribbean. That's going to be a major point. South Africa will be a flashpoint, but the Caribbean will be a major flashpoint because it's going to be who has the power of it. It's one of those things which would be a very long video or a very short video to do. Steph Johnson, I did enjoy the Collingwood Shipyard video. If I haven't sent a message back, thank you for that. Okay. Nice. Why did the US Navy build one class of 8-inch pre-dreadnoughts, one class of 10-inch pre-dreadnoughts, 4 classes of 12-inch pre-dreadnoughts, and 3 classes of pre-dreadnoughts with 13-inch guns? Because they were the best guns they could get at the time, because they were dealing with the Congress. US Congress is normally the answer to pretty much any one of those questions when it comes to US Navy doing something weird. US Navy does something weird, what's the reason? Ah! Congress. Always Congress. Always Congress. Congress are their own creature, by a long margin. A very special creature. A very individual creature. Congress. Frank, have you been able to find the interior designs of Queen Anne mansions yet? I think I have got some designs for them, some of them. But I haven't really been looking that much for them. It's a case of something I'm interested in, but not something I'm going to obsess over, if that makes sense. Now, would it be accurate to say the Royal Navy armoured cruisers were built for overseas operations and the protected cruisers were built for trade protection? As a rule of thumb, I couldn't argue that too greatly. Steve Clarke, you're in the Admiralty as an advisor. When? How do you explain the Church in October 1939? Oh, great. That he's being an idiot in suspending capital ship construction. It's very difficult to explain to Churchill that he's being an idiot, because Churchill is often a very smart person in many regards and has some very interesting ideas. But I think in that scenario, I'd sit there and go, we are going to lose ships. We have to keep some going. I would probably go line of, we've got to keep the carriers going. Capital ships we can get away with, carriers we can't. We all know the reality of air power. We all know the reality of coming air power. We're going to need presence in all these areas. We can't. This is the quickest way for us to get extra carrier decks into service. So let's complete the carriers. Basically, I'd reinforce the arguments the Admiralty was itself making, i.e., let's build the carriers. I'd also, if I'm there with foreknowledge, I'd probably sit there and go, the Japanese are building 2 battleships which have 18-inch guns. The Germans have got 2 15-inch gun battleships coming out. We're going to have to deal with them doing surface raids, them potentially surface raiding, etc. We need the carriers because we need the ocean search capability. I'd literally I would hang it on the ocean search capability. Batman Masters, what if Churchill never became First Lord of the Admiralty in 11? Who would replace him? What effect would it have? Oh. Oh, that's a tough question. That is a tough question. Who would replace him? Oh. Oh. This is I'm gonna have to do a lot of evaluating of favourites in 1911 at this point. You're talking about the government of Asquith. We're talking about the government of Asquith, so... Let's see, here's Calnet. Well, Reginald McKenna might stay in post, because McKenna's not bad. McKenna's a decent First Lord of the Admiralty. And he moves to become Home Secretary, so he's not exactly untrusted. The other person who moves around in 1911... I'd say I'd go odds on McKenna stays in post. Honestly, McKenna's good at his job. You've got the option it goes to Edward Grey, but it's probably McKenna. It wouldn't go to Lloyd George. It would be a demotion for him. Earl of Crewe, maybe. But honestly, I think probably McKenna stays in post. That's probably the most likely. McKenna stays in post. Hendrik Burger, what is the minimum caliber gun needed for ghost bombardment in modern conflict? Is 127mm enough? Honestly, you can 105mm is probably enough. 4-inch, but 127 is due. 76mm is often used for some scenarios. But if you're doing proper bombardment, you're probably looking at, well, when I say proper bombardment, I mean you're providing fire for forces going ashore, etc., not just fire for effect or etc. You probably want the 127mm. You probably want the 4.5-inch or the 5-inch gun. If the Thames Ironworks gets one of the Queen Elizabeths, what effect will this have on World War One? Thames Ironworks is probably around for World War One, so that means you have that much more industrial capacity, that much more construction capacity. I'm not sure what this means, but it could mean more gets built. Next one, who had the most armoured cruisers and protected cruisers after the Royal Navy? Probably the French. Probably the French. French certainly built enough that they could probably. I would say probably the French. French Runner, was the loss of HMS Captain an important event for the Royal Navy to learn from, or did they already know it was bad and had no way to stop a bad man? A politically connected madman, yes, and yes, pretty much. I think actually you have more problems almost if Captain is not lost. You prefer not to lose the crew, but it's probably more problematic if you don't lose Captain. Bagan 29, how much do things change if there's no Suez and Panama Canal? Well, the US Navy is effectively split in two in its two fleets, in the case of no Panama Canal, and if there's no Suez, then there is no conflict in the Eastern Mediterranean. The British, in many ways, don't need to fight over the Eastern Mediterranean because they're not getting there, but the fact is, if they do have a fleet there, if they're trying to defend India, the campaign becomes something in the Middle East. The defense of India comes in the Middle East, because honestly, you probably land in Palestine, etc., go across. You might have left the Turks with it, but that's probably not the way. You've probably broken it up just as much after the fall of an empire. It's such a major change, it's difficult to impute in a simple answer, but honestly, if there's no Suez and no Panama Canal, if there's no Suez, you don't bother chasing. Honestly, to an extent, you don't bother chasing the German battle cruiser into the Gorbans and the Breslau into the Straits of Dardanelles, because there's nowhere for it to go. You block Gibraltar and you just go on. If you can block Gibraltar and just go on, you block Gibraltar. Gibraltar goes up in importance dramatically. But yeah, Britain would seal the Mediterranean in World War II, and seal it in World War One. That's what they do. You'd also deal with the economic scenarios. Basically, if you did not have the Suez Canal, you'd be building the Suez Canal. The same in the Panama Canal. Maybe less so the Panama Canal because of the sheer difficulty of building it, but yeah, if you didn't have it, you'd be building it. Alright, so if the Royal Navy continued building armoured cruisers after Mantis, what would those ships come to look like, be equipped with? How would this affect World War I? 9.2-inch gunned mini versions of HMS Dreadnought. And how would it affect World War II? You'd have a lot more armoured cruisers wandering around. They would probably be more, therefore, at the Battle of Coronel, etc., which could, well, change the outcome for the Germans. Nice one. What percentage of enforcing the Monroe Doctrine came from the British until Teddy became president? Even after Teddy became president, there is a tacit scenario that the British are assisting with the enforcement of the Monroe Doctrine. Because it suits the British. Nice one. What lessons did the 68 armoured cruisers and 105 protected cruisers teach the Royal Navy in the short and long term? That you needed numbers. Was the answer for both. And each class teaches its own thing. Each class is built upon the previous, the successes and failures of the previous. So yeah, there's just so many things to get into. You either can have that in the short version, or that I can answer here in a multi-question scenario, or long version in a actual video about it. Next one, does the Royal Navy have to put up with Parliament the way the USN does with Congress? The Royal Navy has to put up with the government. With the US, because of the way it's funded, it has to deal with the government and Congress and the debates between the two. In Britain's case, they just need the government to get the budget voted through, and then they're done. So they have to deal with the government, which often gives them a lot more time and a lot more discretion to explain to them when they're wrong. Thanks, Stafford. London Treaties about a capital ship holiday. How does this change things? If people have been allowed to build their ships, then it probably continues allowed to build their ships. As said, the two methodologies to the treaty were either to go for a complete holiday construction or go for very limited construction, where you're allowed to build a certain number. So let's say Britain and America would each be allowed to build, I don't know, 5 ships in any 3-year period, and the Japanese 3 ships in any 3-year period, etc. And that would be their methodology. You're allowed to build a certain number of ships in a certain period. I think for the French and the Italians, that could be 1.75, probably times 4. So that would be 4 plus 3, 7 over any 12-year period. Long version would have to be a video. Okay, I'll think about it. I'll think about when I can put long version into the year of the aircraft carrier. No, Lloyd George is not going to move down to the Admiralty. Just for done. It's a great. Let's be honest. Chancellor is de facto number 2. David Lloyd George is Chancellor from May 1908 to May 1915. There is no way he's accepting Asquith to voting him, and there is no way Asquith has the political power to demote him. Take care, Team Locker. Limited construction option is a lot better for the economies of the treaty nations and for their infrastructure maintenance. Question 66. Would it be correct the Royal Navy choosing 6-inch guns for light cruisers was based on lessons of the operation of the protected cruisers? Not particularly, in lessons of the armor cruiser, choosing 7.5 inch for the first generation heavy cruiser, 9.2 inch for the second generation heavy cruisers. Not particularly. One was chosen because the 7.5 inch gun was liked by the First Lord of the Admiralty at the time. The First Lord of the Admiralty at the time, who liked the 7.5 inch gun. 9.2 inch guns were chosen by the First Sea Lord of the Admiralty at the time. The 6-inch guns were chosen because that's the largest shell you can move by hand. You don't need it all to be all to be sort of automated. Blackman Maxus. Japan does invade China in 1937 and later offers to join the war on Britain's side after the fall of France. What kind of concessions could they get, and how could they change things? What kind of concessions would British be prepared to offer them is an interesting question. I'm not sure if they'd be prepared to offer them any concessions, but if they announced they're joining the war and joined the war on the British side, they could get all sorts of interesting deals. And the fact is, the Americans trying to go, well, we don't want them given any fuel. If they haven't invaded China, then the sanctions aren't really in place, and if they're offering to fight on Britain's side, Britain's going to link them in. It could be interesting because also that means Britain could theoretically bring a lot of forces from the Indian Ocean, etc. And the Japanese could supply a lot of forces. You could have things like Congos, even Yamato Musashi, ending up in the Mediterranean. That could be a very interesting. Depending on when it happens, if we consider the Battle of Cape Matapan is March 1941, if Japan has joined before then, you could have Cape Matapan, you could have it be United Kingdom, Australia and Japan versus Italy, and there could be a Japanese aircraft carrier there, or there could be Japanese battle cruisers there. Congos. That'd be fun. Steve, you are an advisor on the Admiralty in September 1914. How do you explain to Churchill that the best plan for the Von Space Squadron is to send the squadron with Beatty, not Craddock? No, his best plan is to send it with Craddock, but send him with battle cruisers. Beatty's a moron. There is no way I can persuade anyone that Beatty's better than Craddock. He isn't. Craddock is actually better than Beatty. Just Craddock doesn't have the ships he needs for the operation. And he's not going to back down because that's not what Royal Navy officers are trained to do. Dave Harrison, why a taught mechanism on a string bag? Any limit to drop speed? Could have been used by Barracuda Spearfish. It would have to be modified for both, and I don't think they did go down that route. I think they went down different routes for getting that stability. It's easier to be used on a biplane. Mainly because it's speed of operations, but also because of the way it's structured. Blackmouse, Jackie Fisher doesn't have the temper tantrum from 1915. It stays on until Jellicoe takes over. How does it affect things? He still has a temper tantrum, but he probably has when he has a temper tantrum, he probably gets rid of some people in 1916 with him. Maybe even Beatty. Nice everyone. How was there any more to the Iron's decision to go for the 6-inch 50s caliber gun over the 18-inch 50 caliber gun? Other than the 6-inch had a faster rate of fire and the 8-inch shell was heavier. No, that's pretty much it, but that's enough. That's enough. Dr. Frank Sonner, who was responsible for getting the Suez Canal built? The French, Took years. Cost lots of money. The British then bought it. And pretty much the whole scenario was meant... France wanted it as something to offset British strength in the Far East and to threaten India, being able to get their fleet to go around Britain, and Britain ended up buying the canal so that they couldn't get around Britain. Let's say everyone. Question 64. So 7.5 inches the lower end of the heavy cruiser gun carriage, while 8 inch being in the middle ground, 9.2 to high ground, and heavy gun cruiser range. Yes, pretty much. And Rick Buffett, if Dreadnought had been built with 16.5 inch guns, what caliber would the equipment hood have had? That's a question and a half. What caliber would hood have had? Well, I honestly don't see it getting much bigger. That's the trouble. Once you go to 16.5 inch, you're going to pretty much the biggest you can have a decent rate of fire at. Yes, you can go to 18 inch. Yes, you can theoretically go hard on 18 inch, but the rate of fire is going to get sucky, very quickly, which is going to affect your ability to correct your fire, and probably max out at roughly 21, 22 inches because of the sheer weight of moving the shells. So I'm reckoning the hood has 16.5 inch guns, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's some 21 inch guns in there in the middle as egos. Just probably has 12 of them or something like that. I'd say question 3. If the Royal Navy's battleship and battlecruiser adopted triple turrets from Orion and Lion onwards, how quickly do the other naval powers follow suit? Oh. Germany won't until at least another 2 designs down the road, because they honestly don't have the money to invest in that sort of scenario. The Austrians were already there, the Italians were already there, the Russians were already there, the French are just going to go nowhere, and the Americans were already heading there, so it doesn't take long for them. The Japanese will bite off the British. Very good. What was the worst loss in terms of government support to the Royal Navy before World War II? One. Probably the thing that ends up with the... If you have to execute an admiral to get past it, then that's probably the biggest one. If you have to execute an admiral, that's probably the biggest one. Sorry the question wasn't very good, but it seems to be missed. It's probably just been missed. Sheer volume of questions. Could the Royal Navy have done the 15-inch 42s earlier, like the Iron Dukes or King George V's, or were the QEs the earliest? Pretty much the QEs were the earliest. There's a potential you could have done it on a battle cruiser before them, but that's about it. Steve, interesting thing with my Clarks is that they are Scottish and Cornish. Oh, well, Scottish mainly for the Clarks, and they did a lot of wandering around, so never say never. There's a lot of redhead Irish ladies in my family history. A lot of redheaded Irish ladies. So much so that there is a common myth in our family that, you know, we have a genetic type. But guy 269, what do you see happening if no one actively goes after the Houthis and Iran, who are launching missiles and drone attacks on British ships and other navies just playing defense? Eventually they get through and they cause a lot of damage, and people ask why you didn't go on offense earlier. You're going to have to end up having to go on offense. It's just choosing the time to go. if the RN goes for 40 candy class with 12 8-inch guns in 4 triple turrets, how many problems does that create? The question is, how have they afforded them on the tonnage limitations? Because there's no way you can do that on 10,000 tons. So if they've done that, they've built something over the tonnage limitations, or they've built something which is majorly slow. Or the tonnage limitations are different. If the tonnage limitations are different, then if they've got those in service before 1930, then they've got a huge advantage. The Clarke. I think Steve Clarke means the BT to be lost at Cornell. Oh, instead of Craddock. Oh, that could be fun. No, BT probably wouldn't. Knowing our luck, BT would survive. That helps. If Japan declares war on Germany in 1939, how are Japanese forces used and how badly does this scupper American plans? If Japan declares war on Germany, saying, we know the Anglo-German naval alliance has ceased to exist, but we still consider them to be our fraternal brothers, and protecting them and protecting and fighting alongside theirs is our duty. Sort of thing, then the British put up open arms and welcomed the Japanese fleet to come help fight the Germans. At which point, the Italians may or may not join World War II, because let's be honest, for the Italians, the concept of fighting the British was something when they had the Germans and no one else. But if you have the British and the Japanese on one side, then you're literally facing the world's largest and third largest fleets. You are in trouble. And let's be honest, the Japanese can deploy enough ships to the Mediterranean that they can wipe out the Italian Navy. And probably would. You might end up with a Taranto scenario where the British attack during the night time and the Japanese show up in the daytime. The British attack in night. Dawn. The Italians are working on them, going, "Go get these ships out. We're going to get these ships out." And boom. Oh, great. Right on it. Whose reaction would you most enjoy seeing when Operation Sea goes the way you suggest it should have and Kiribati is broken? Admiral King's. I think that man would cry. Melanie 1640. The entire idea of BT being best to do away with him in a battle that is already lost. I can see that. That's right. Could the RN get a triple 8-inch gun on a 10,000-ton hull? Yes, but how many of them could they get? And what else would that 10,000-ton hull be able to do? How would the Imperial Japanese Navy and Army Air Force fare against the Germans after the fall of France if they joined the British? The Army would be interesting, but probably would end up find themselves an armour upgrade and fighting in North Africa. The Air Force, well, the aircraft from the Army and Navy would probably also end up in North Africa, so they'd be interesting. The Navy would probably end up fighting in the Mediterranean. Maybe also supporting the Atlantic. I could see the Congos assisting as fast capital ships to intercept Bismarck, etc. You could end up with the scenario that Bismarck and Prince Eugen are intercepted by, I don't know, Prince of Wales, Hood, and a pair of Congos. Everyone want to think about that? Answer on a postcard as to who you think wins that battle. Pair of Congos, Hood, and Prince of Wales versus Bismarck. I think we're all struggling to find a decent uniform at the moment for Trafalgar Night and for the Trafalgar fight. Frank, so the French are mostly responsible for both the Suez and Panama. If the UK had their way, would they rather these canals not be built at all? Oh no, they were happy for them to be built. They just wanted someone else to pay for them. But how does do both world wars change if the US joins the beginning of both wars? USA joins the beginning of both world wars, then frankly, there is a lot more interesting things happening in North Africa, etc. You probably have the landings in French North Africa a lot earlier. You probably also have American Expeditionary Force dispatched, and they could have time during the Phoney War to actually get to France. So you could have American troops in France during the Phoney War, which could change the results of the operation, because where would they have been positioned? What could they have been doing? That could have been an interesting scenario. It gets interesting very quickly. Basically, you suddenly have a huge amount of resources ready to go. I think, honestly, if you've got 4 ships versus 2, I don't think Bismarck and Jürgen have much of a chance. That's right. Question 60. Did the US at the Russian Naval Treaty expect the UK and France would agree to the total tonnage limits on cruisers? They wanted that, but they didn't expect it. But how do things change if most of the B-29s go to the European theatre instead of Pacific Islands? You have some very interesting long-range attacks done in the European theatre. You probably have a slowing down on the war effort in the Pacific. Steve Richards, pre-dreadnought turrets. How were they known as forward-firing rear ABAX or something else? Just the turrets. Forward turret, aft turret. You only have 2. You have one forward, one aft. So you go forward turret firing, aft turret firing. Both turrets firing. Alfred Shaw, do you think the Royal Navy would have been better safe with producing R-class and entire class renowned type battlecruisers? Ooh. Looking at World War II, you could argue certainly they did. But there again, looking at World War I, they were far more useful as battleships. So, yeah, it's almost 160 over. Steve Clarke, in support of our nice question, what happens if they're fitted for but not with the triple turret? You don't do that. Turrets are too big, too heavy. You can't fit them for or not with. You can fit in 4 not with of light guns. You can fit 4 not with of missile systems, things which are fairly quickly and straightforward to install. Fitting 4 not with a turret, that's very, very difficult, because building a whole new turret and assembly and sticking it in, upgrading magazines and all the other things to support it, that's expensive. In fact, you can say that's extortionate. This hat's getting hot. Very smart. How useful were the 50 destroyers the US gave the UK? Well, it was a good deal. Yeah, they were useful. They did their job. They did what was requested of them. You can't ask for any more. That's all you can ever ask a ship to do. What can you do? What's requested of it? Yes, then it's good. If not, then you've got a problem. Sorry, coughing, and I think I'm just about to do a very big sneeze. So I'm going to go and sneeze out the door, because I've done some little sneezes in the house in here, but I'm going to do some big sneeze out the door, because it's going to be a very big sneeze. I'm going to take that off while I'm sneezing, actually. gross. Let's change the air a bit while in here. Sorry a second. Just sort of using the door being open to change the air inside it a bit. Oh. Oh. That's better. Oh. Yeah, da da da. Da 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 da. Right. Listen, question 59. What version of hood could be more scary than a 12-15-inch gun hood? A 12-16.5-inch gun hood? Look at how hot my head's getting underneath that hat. Oh, back on with the hat. Back on. You've given me hat hair, therefore I can only cover you up with a hat. Look at you. Bug Guy 229. Sorry, not answering that question with a 10-foot bar troll moment. That's definitely a Bill Trump's question, not a Bruships question. Sorry if you answers, Ray, but do you think HMS Unicorn survived because some bureaucrat in post-World War II didn't not realise that she was a wooden, not a stone frigate? I think that she was small enough she skipped past. In the British in 1931 developed an armour that has some qualities as SDS steel, but for half the weight. What kind of ships could they produce? Supersized destroyers. They probably also produce, it's going to start for half the weight. So basically, you have the same. You have twice the steel is so strong. You might well produce ships which are exactly the same size and have twice the same thickness, but they're if you think about it, they're now twice as strong as they were, so they're twice as viable. Blank Rank Smile. Did the UK try to invent flying tanks? How did it go? No and no. Megascope, World War II era. How big would a heavy cruiser be if it had 5 triple 10-inch turrets? Massive. You'd be better off just producing something which had, 4 triple 12-inch turrets or 3 triple 12-inch turrets. It's far easier. And Black Maximus, in the Japanese joining the British after the fall of France scenario, how long would Bismarck and Prince Eugen last if confronted with all the Congos and Takao class? It can be measured in minutes. Frank Stoddard, which ship do you think sunk the Bretagne at Mers el Kabir? That's a long discussion, and it involves me pointing to tables. If the Courageous class had 2 triple 15-inch guns, does that make them any more useful? No. Well, slightly more useful, because then they can do ranging shots either end, but seriously, no. Renowned class all the way. I know you've calculated the math of Denmark Strait using very advanced computers, but were there RN wins decisively probabilities? I'm guessing high 90s given how hilarious Hood versus Prince Eugen is. Honestly, it's decisively advantageous should have gone the British way. We're talking it being a very, very, very lucky shot. Right, so what is each Fluffy Regent's favourite warship? That's an argument waiting to happen. Basically, whichever one Raleigh says, Zebedee will then claim. And whichever one Zebedee says, Raleigh will then probably also claim. Judging by their approach to toys. So, yeah, that's just a non-stop argument. Okay. That's the fluffy researchers in both arguing. Currently, they're inside the house, wondering if there are going to be fireworks this evening, and enjoying various things as treats to prevent them being upset about fireworks. Tim Richards, after the Hood, it's rumoured that if Bismarck kept on the same course, she'd have bumped into New York. Do they fight? If she bumps into her, potentially. Potentially, but that could be an interesting fight. But it's a very, very elongated course and requires both of them doing very interesting things. Bang Maximus, going off 1963 on question 58. What if they were all forward firing triple 15-inch guns like Dunkirk class? That's slightly more useful. Frank, would you ever want to dive on any Jutland wrecks? I wouldn't say no to any of them, really, but it's not really what I tend to do. I do some diving, but, you know, it's not usually what I tend to do. Actually, would I be right to think the Iran class would have been the easiest point of development for the Royal Navy triple turrets? Potentially, yes. So, what was the best class of Royal Canadian Navy ship construction and why? I'd honestly go the Halifax class because they're just so suitable to the needs of the Royal Canadian Navy. What are common exercise routines for Royal Navy sailors? Well, you see, the thing is, the Royal Navy sailors don't really get to... circuits tends to be quite popular, but the Royal Navy sailors don't tend to get much of a say in these things because there tends to be this group of people aboard who are known as beaters who will tend to make sure you do your exercises. And they will make sure you do. Bangladesh. Would the upper limit of cruiser construction have been an Alaska class with 4 12-inch guns? Probably. 687. Question 56. What lessons did the 10-inch armed renowned Centurion Swifter class pre-General Shannon Nelson class armor cruisers teach the Royal Navy other than that 10-inch gun was useless? They taught them all sorts of things. The renown, as I've said before, is often the basis of the battle cruiser. The Centurion Swifter had some really good, interesting operational capabilities, and all these things are learnt from. Let's go for one. Question 55. What would the British do differently if they were designing a P-class equal ship with 29,000 mile range? Why are they designing it? You're saying they're designing a P-class equal ship, but why are they designing it? What's the purpose of it? Clarke, you're an advisor in the Admiralty in 1929. What policy and negotiation strategy would you have used to counter the hardening government proposals at the Welsh Naval Treaty to get rid of the building holiday? I would have pointed out the age of the Royal Navy's fleet, but also I would have argued about the number of oceans the Royal Navy has to be strong in. I would argue strongly that whereas the Americans can afford to be strong in just the Atlantic and the Pacific, and the Japanese can afford to be strong in just the Pacific, the British have to be strong in the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, the Indian, the Pacific. They have to be strong everywhere. The British have no strong, therefore the British need to be able to have either as many build more ships than the others, or they need to be able to build ships when they need them. If Bismarck sinks, fights US in New York and brings the US into war in 7-8 months earlier, does it have much an effect given that where the US armed forces and manufacturing were in May 1941? It probably changes a few things. It also might change the orientation of their forces because they are very much orientated in the Pacific, and if they're forced to orientate around to the Atlantic, it might change actually the connotations of Pearl Harbor because some of the modern battleships, a lot of the modern battleships, probably modernized battleships, might well find themselves. I think what would happen is the older battleships would find themselves being used as convoy escorts in the Atlantic, and the modern battleships would be in the Atlantic to fight things like Bismarck. The modernized ships would be the core of the Pacific Fleet, and the aircraft carriers would get moved around. It'd be interesting. Yeah, it'd be interesting. It could change December 1941 dramatically because it might actually reduce Hawaii's value as a target. If you're going after one of the theoretical Kriegsmarine designs, then honestly, there's no point really getting into it. The Kriegsmarine has many interesting designs, but honestly, bouncing off them, there's usually reasons why the British aren't going for that. And the British don't look at the Pacific the same way as others might look at the Pacific. The Americans are looking at crossing the Pacific, in which case distances are massive. The British are looking going out the Pacific, out the South China Sea, out the Philippine Sea, you know, Straits of Taiwan, the Sea of Japan, that sort of route. They're not looking at going across the Pacific, so the ranges are different. That's the joy of that particular Benylin, which stops me coughing so much for you, is it's supposed to make me tired. I'm not sure if that works for me, but hey. Let's say everyone. Question 54. Would I be right to think if the British were going down the route of diesel promotion, of all diesel promotion they would need to do the work needed to support that and have stuff in place to overseas to support it? Yes. First one, does say, if the Royal Navy really wanted to sink an IJN carrier but decided that only their subs were available, how do you see this coming about? T-class boats. Ambush. Bye-bye. Probably sitting by a port or sitting by a channel where they have to go into a certain area so they can ambush them more easily. If the Japanese join the British after the fall of France with no second Sino-Japanese war, if the Americans doesn't join the war, how would the war go and what would it mean for post-war politics? It would reignite the Anglo-Japanese alliance. How would the war go? Well, probably the Mediterranean gets quickly won, the North Africa campaign gets ended, in which case, if Germany invades Russia as they did on schedule as well, then you could have very interesting scenarios with Japanese and Japan and Soviet Union teaming up. But pretty much Germany loses. They just lose differently. I also don't see the Americans really keeping out of that, because if the Japanese are fighting alongside the British in such a war scenario, if the Americans don't join in, then they could lose the influence with the British, which they really wanted. And you have to remember, treaty, Britain and America were theoretically co-first and Japan second. Yes, Congress might have seen to that not being the case, but you know, that's the scenario. It's supposed to be. So Britain and Japan teaming up, that's a big existential crisis for the Americans if they don't join in quickly. Steve Clarke, question. The Italian Dr. Clarke and Decima Mas are able to attack New York Harbor with their proposed attack in 1943. How does this change USN thinking on coastal defense? It probably changes the USN's approach to coastal defense completely. And you might end up with a scenario whereby even today you could have small boats or something as part of the USN doctrine for defense of the coast. Or the US Coast Guard could have a far stronger short-range vessels. What if Canada built the largest hull design Type 45 destroyer to replace the Iroquois class in 2003, Building 8? They would have a very, very strong navy right now. And they probably have a deployment going on in the Red Sea. Right then. Beaters. Da 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 dee. That's gone too far. So, definition of beaters for the Royal Navy. Basically, beaters are one of the names, and it's the one I've. They're also occasionally called club swingers, which are basically the physical training instructors. Depends where you are, what you call them. That's interesting. Club swingers. Theoretically, is the Navy one is always club swingers, but it's the interesting one is the Royal Marines. It could be where the beaters comes from. It could be the Royal Marines and the beaters come from, because the Royal Marines. This is going to sound strange, but they used to. I swear that I know they were called club swingers these days, but they used to be called beaters. I swear. And the phraseology that makes me think I'm right in this, even though I don't think I'm right anymore, is because in RM terminology, beating up is the process of intensive physical self-preparation prior to an attempt to pass in the commando course. So I would think beaters is probably RM phraseology. For old one. Question 53. What was the main reason for cancelling the last Monitor-class armoured cruiser and the 4 Topaz-class protector cruisers? They weren't considered necessary anymore, useful anymore, or rather there was other things which were considered better to put the money on. Aristotle, did the UK invent any swing or amphibious tanks? How did these go? They invented the duplex drive Shermans and all sorts of swimming vehicles. Basically, look up Hobart's Funnies. But go to design. Did the US have the naval forces to deal with the Spey? They could have dealt with the Von Spey, yes. No, sir, when you say the Royal Navy would choose 9.2 inch for any post-Hawkins heavy cruisers, is that just based on the fact that every 1800s, 1880s onwards armoured cruiser with RN used it, or is it more than that? It's because that's about when the gun was going to become available. That was the 9.2 inch gun. And that was pretty much coming available. If you look at the 9.2 inch gun that comes into service, you can still find it in Australia, etc. Yeah, that's that. Steve Clarke, you're an advisor on the Admiralty in 1924. Which suggestions do you make about the O3 design of battleship to improve the two ships before construction? Or is it just go direct to F3? I think I would argue more strongly in favour of the F3. I would seriously make the point for the 15-inch 50. Mainly because we can upgrade the other ships to it. And because the work on the turrets would allow us to get the turrets in the other 15-inch ships to be able to fire at a higher angle. But seriously, would you consider USNEA the forgotten battleship of World War II, because we don't hear much about her BB-58? I think, honestly, forgotten battleships of World War II. Honestly, forgotten battleships of World War II. When was the last time you heard about HMS Resolution? On this channel, I've talked about Revenge, occasionally. Originally it was going to be called Renown, but I've talked about Revenge. I've talked about Royal Sovereign and what happens to her. I've talked about Royal Oak. I've talked about Ramillies. When was the last time you heard me talk about Resolution? Honestly, HMS Resolution as a ship gets forgotten more than pretty much any other battleship, I would argue, because I'd argue even Indiana gets remembered. I've openly watched classes of students debate as to what the name was of the 5th R class, and I've told them to go and look it up. They've often had to go and look it up. And it's one of those interesting names in the Royal Navy because Resolution has actually been one of those names which have had a lot of battle honours and a lot of history. You know, there have been 11 ships, I think, in the Royal Navy which have been called Resolution. Battle honours include Kentish Knock, Gabbard, Schengen, Lowestoft, 4 Days Battle, Orphaness, Sol Bay, Schönveld, Texel, Barfleur, Quiberon Bay, St. Vincent, St. Kitts, the Saints, Basque Roads, Atlantic, and Norway. Take care, Dave. Thank you for watching. No, the Russians didn't get Resolution. They got Royal Sovereign. I told him, why would the 1870s era armored cruisers using 10-inch guns? Weight and the best gun they could get to fit their requirements. Blind Maximus, if the Japan joins the British after the fall of France with no second sign of Japanese war, how well would the Japanese escorts help with the Battle of the Atlantic? Could the Japanese build Aztec? Yes, and yes if they supplied it, but they could probably refit it with it quite easily as well. And honestly, Japanese escorts probably would be quite useful for the Battle of the Atlantic. But as I said, my strong suspicion is if the Japanese joined World War II on the side of the British after the fall of France, the amount of time it would take for the Americans to join the war on the side of the British would be directly proportional to how long it would take for Roosevelt to walk from where he was to the nearest press station. And that's the nearest flock of pressmen and reporters. Nice thing. Question: why did Admiral Fisher retire an entire surviving fleet of 9 third-class torpedo cruisers? Because he felt there were better ships available and it would save money. Blackman Maximus, if the US had built all the Hour class, how would this affect things post-World War? They'd have more ships preserved. Runon, how does barrel length affect the magazine? So they just need to change the composition of the powder, or do they need more powder bags? Both. Often both. You are the advisor to Bonaparte in 1801. Maybe you are a cousin of MacDonald? What can you do to improve the French Navy before 1805? Cry. What I need to do is upgrade its time at sea. So I need to get more time at sea. I need to get more training in for it. And I need to get more ships. So basically everything. Will I succeed? Probably not, because I'll still be doing the French system. How did the Admiralty consider 56 armoured cruisers and 82 protected cruisers enough to counter the threats they faced? Because look at the threats they faced, and they considered them enough. They also had other vessels as well, but they were enough for their time. Yeah, I'm thinking it's the club swingers. But the thing is, I went to the Jack's Peak, and yeah, it's club swingers. I'll leave that one side. Instead of closing shipyards in the 30s, the British expand them. How does this affect the war? It maximizes their maritime infrastructure. So, boom, they build a lot of ships. Lindsay Baker, before World War II happened, was the Royal Navy have ideas or plans on what would follow the Lion-class battleships? Nope, they knew something would, they just didn't have any plans for it. That's often a scary thing, and it often leads to all sorts of ideas of the British were just going to build the Lions and then stop. They weren't. They were planning on other classes to come off them. It's just they wanted to see how things worked out before they ordered them. They'd probably been 16-inch gunships, but there again, if they'd seen Yamato, etc., they might have been 18-inch gunships. Answer the Manly 1641. Nice to hear in question 48. Am I right that the RN chose 40 cannon class cruisers and, well, they weren't heavy cruisers, they were light cruisers. They were not heavy cruisers. You have to remember there was no such thing as a heavy cruiser in the 1920s when the RN's doing it. And 30 light cruisers replaced 45 armor cruisers and 46 protect cruisers on a 2-for-1 basis. No. And I think, honestly, you're missing some of the requirements they're putting in. I think, honestly, the Royal Navy would have preferred to have gone for 40-40 of both those. First one, what has your interactions with the Royal Marines been like? Always very friendly. Steve Clarke, you're an advisor to the Russian Admiral in 1900. What ship improvements infrastructure do you suggest to the Tsar? Okay, we need to have better defences around certain ports. A lot better defences. We need to have a lot better garrisons dug in, with a lot more supplies dug in. We need to Gibraltarize, basically, some of our ports. But also, we need to have better ships for long-range movement. Sorry, Corky hair, I think. Nice from. Would it be correct that the RN protected cruiser phase out years in 1905 and 1996 and 1991 shouldn't be seen as outliers? Pretty much, yes. Black Mespers. If the Mediterranean was a fresh lake instead of a sea via Gibraltar, straight being Amanda said, how does it affect things? If it's a lake rather than a sea, well, it's probably been fished to death for starters. It will have changed the nature of warfare in Europe colossally. It will have changed the nature of the Roman Empire colossally, because there would have actually been roads around the whole of it, and there probably would have been a road network around the whole of it, and it probably is even more of a cradle of civilization than it is today. Because you don't have salt water, you have fresh water, and it would be the largest body of fresh water in the world. It would be an actual change to the percentage of fresh water on this planet. I know, Melanie 64. I think you're right. I think you were saying I was right, and I think I am right about the Beatles' name. Yeah. Frank Sort have you seen the US Marines and Royal Marines get along? They always get along. They have fun with each other, they wind each other up, but actually that's a good sign. If they were just quietly polite to each other, then we'd all be really worried. If they're actually winding each other up and taking the mick out of each other, then it's all fine. They have real respect for each other. Why do you think the term heavy cruiser was going to be coined by the Royal Navy without treaties? The Royal Navy doesn't have need for the term heavy cruiser without treaties. In fact, heavy cruiser for the Royal Navy causes problems because it automatically starts narrowing down categories. If you're just building a cruiser, oh yes, we're building this as a cruiser orientated for the scouting role. We're building this cruiser orientated for the escort role, for the presence role, for that sort of thing. You can get away far more than just having, oh, these are heavy cruisers and these are light cruisers. And realistically, light cruisers are scout cruisers and heavy cruisers are light cruisers. So, yeah, I don't think they're going to, sort of, that's really a scenario you have to worry about. Its age of ships and their whole life left. It's really guiding 96831 for your question that you've just put in. Your two-parter. Right, roughly 45-ish more minutes. Frank's one. Let's see, if the frigate would have been better than term battle cruiser, what would have been a better term for heavy cruiser? The heavy cruisers were light cruisers, so basically you should have gone with light cruiser and scout cruiser. But what if the Shetlands were in the middle of the North Sea and there was British to own them? Then they would have been some very contested geography. Really contested geography in World War I and World War II. Really contested geography. Really useful geography, but really contested geography. And probably you'd have a massive airbase on them as well. Because the British would have been putting fighters up there, and that would have changed quite a lot of World War II, because you'd have had fighter intercepts over the North Sea, which also could have affected the Norwegian campaign. You could have had aircraft, would have had a lot more aircraft flying around, and yeah, it could have really affected things. It's an interesting idea to go down. If the Iron goes to war in World War II with 40 Candy class and 4 Hawking class, how quickly could German commerce raiding efforts be ruined? They've also got roughly 40 light cruisers as well, if they manage to get 40 of each. So they've got roughly 84 cruisers. Let's say 88 cruisers, so they've got matching sets of them. Then the RNs are going to be having a happy time. Basically, you're looking at it and you're doubling the strength. So for Harwood's group, he might have 6 cruisers instead of 3. And Harwood with 6 cruisers, there is no way the Gavon Spey gets away. No way it gets them onto that air. It's going to get smacked down at sea. So Clarke, you're a Royal Caderas. With hindsight, how do you move to historical... how do you do more than historical undermine Muslim mustache and crows without ending up in a camp in 1945? If I have hindsight, I'd take him out when he's junior. I'd take him out while he's still a baby, in the political terms. Deal with him first. Let's see what comes next. But Wales is on a par with Kuwait. How does this change things? Britain in World War II is very happy. Britain has enough fuel to support itself, and that's going to change the finance of World War II dramatically as well. Hang on, what has wood used on Royal Navy decks? Teak was the preferred one. Teak was definitely a loved one. Because it's very strong and very hard wearing. I think I need another drink. Try and counteract the Benelin. Oof. What joke do they play on the Paras and joint exercise, and what was the retaliation? Okay, basically the Royal Marines have a standard practice that, or unofficially have a standard practice that seems to be kind of, that on the underside of their boats they paint parachute regiments. So if they flip over an exercise, it's the Paras which everyone will be talking about flipping their boats over, not the Royal Marines. But saying that, the Royal Marines don't like to flip their boats over, so it, it doesn't really matter. And I think it's all a bit of harmless fun. They are always playing pranks on each other in exercises. Basically, if the Royal Marines and Parachute Regiment are on exercise together, and you're going to the shower block, avoid it. Just give up at that point. There is no way in anything that you are going to get a shower remotely resembling a shower you want. That's a question. With the aircraft carriers, 18-inch armed battleships, 6.5-inch armed battlecruisers, 9.2-inch armed heavy cruisers, and 6-inch armed light cruisers, we know they are and looked at. What would the British have considered for their non-treaty destroyers? Honestly, they were looking at the 5-inch gun and 5.5-inch gun. But probably also the 4.7-inch gun. So basically it's going to be 4.7-inch, 5-inch, or 5.5-inch. Somewhere in that region. Did Marines deploy on tribals? Occasionally. Occasionally. They're not normally part of the crew, but they're occasionally deployed, yes. So, Clarke, questions you can't act against Mr. Moustache before 1934. I can take him out in 1934 if I'm Canaris. If I have foreknowledge and I'm Canaris in 1934, I can see to it that Mustachio has an accident. I have enough people at my disposal, I have enough knowledge at my disposal, I can go enough places myself and flit in that making sure he eats something bad for him and dies is not a problem. I don't even need to bother to cover up that he's actually been poisoned and poison him with something which is undetectable. I just have to make sure there is someone to blame. And I make the blame the Communist Party, and I then use the thugs to beat up the thugs. And then I step in and sort out the mess. Maybe make myself the hero, or pick my own candidate to be hero. Background, did the Union have anything that could realistically challenge HMS Warrior during the US Civil War? No. Not on the open seas. Basically, any scenario where Warrior has to be challenged, it's basically Warrior has to come in close to harbour, and in narrow waters and confined waters and get completely ambushed. And the Royal Navy's not going to play that game. The Royal Navy will bring other things into those waters. With Warrior. Ronan, been seeing a lot of reactions from US Marines to Royal Marines recruitment ads. How's this all been? How they've advertised, or has there recently changed? If so, why? No, it's basically how the Royal Marines have always advertised. The Royal Marines have always advertised as being something different. It's a state of mind as being a Royal Marines advert. You have to remember, the Royal Marines are the only ones who recruit, have more recruits than they need of the British recruitment force strengths. The Royal Navy usually either reaches or comes very close to their recruiting needs. The services which have been struggling most to recruit in recent years are the Air Force and the Army. And to be fair, the Navy's struggling in certain areas. The Navy usually does okay in some areas, but there are other areas where they have problems with recruitment, especially in areas which require internal recruitment. Ken Cameron, if you could go back in time and remove, in any way you are comfortable with, 3 officers or politicians of any rank, and say 3 are the same between 1900 and 1939, who would they be and why? Well, I'm going to save Henderson and Blackhouse because that saves a lot of issues for World War II. For starters, Pound doesn't need to be your first Sea Lord when he has to be, and you've got Henderson around to argue with Churchill. I'd be tempted to save Craddock because I think he'd do a better job than Beatty in many regards. I would of course wish to get rid of Beatty. I think that makes life a little bit easier. I would also get rid of Lord Corkenori. I don't think I need to explain why I wish to get rid of him. I'd get rid of him in 1939. That's soon enough. He'll have had a good life, and then he's gone. And ooh, the fireworks are going up. Who else would I get rid of? Politician-wise, anyone politically wise, I don't want to get rid of. Not particularly. I think if you get rid of Beatty, you get rid of. I think potentially I would say this is a tough one. Hmm. Oh. I I'm going to sound very awful. I'm going to sound like I'm very particular, but I have a reason for this. I would say Arthur Henderson, the Foreign Secretary of Ramsay MacDonald's second government. Mainly because he takes a lead in the 1930 London Naval Treaty, and he pushes some interesting things through, which I prefer not to push through. And it's because of his service in sort of the cause of Nobel, of arms dismissal and disarmament, that he gets a Nobel Peace Prize. And it's one of the few Nobel Peace Prizes which actually never been recovered. It was yeah, he is an interesting. He is. Please note, I do not consider him a bad man, because he has strength of his convictions, and he honestly has his convictions for peace, and those are good convictions to have. However, he does manage to muck a lot of things up. I don't know. Thank you. Oh, I would love to look at. There are lots of historical people who I would love to look up, but yeah. Yeah, the trouble is, as with last night's with Beatrix and Emma, I do know what I need to do to be financially successful on this channel, to what topics I should be hammering on about and talking about to make a lot of money and get a lot of hits and get a lot of discussion. And the thing is, I sometimes don't do that. I do what thinks would be interesting and cool instead. And I realise I'm doing that. I realise it's not necessarily most financially sensible. It's like that video last night. I love it. I have great love and respect for it. It's one of my favourite topics. They're some of my favourite ships and most interesting ships to do. But I can also tell you now, quite happily, that if I go to the analytics for that video, and I go for estimated revenue, that video, Beatrix and Emma, Princess Beatrix and HMS Queen Emma, has made, since it's gone live, £1.75. Now, I spent, I would say, a good 8 hours pulling stuff together and setting it up, and then recording it probably was over another 2-3 hour period, so it's about 11 hours work, and it's £1.75 gone into that one. And admittedly, I was working slow because I'm ill. But, and it's down on YouTube recommendations views, it's down on YouTube home views, its typical range, it's got adjusted into the typical range of my up next views. It's down on people in their subscription fees actually watching it. It's down in every single metric of people actually viewing it. It's about average for viewership. But would I have made a different video? No. I was happy to make that video. I like that topic. And sometimes I'm going to do videos like that. Right, Spotter, if the warrior was not expecting a Hunley, could that have worked against them? Probably not. Nice to hear from. Thank you, Colin Cameron. Thank you to the Brew Fund for next year. Right, yeah, I'm sure that you could do. Well, if I go into the analytics, the channel analytics, and that is the thing. YouTube gives you all the things you can, so you can, if you want to. You would very much be able to go for what was the most revenue generating video I have ever produced. And basically Bruships 121 made me, and a lot of them made me, it is my highest ever earning video, followed by What If History, Green Boy shells being developed and deployed in time for Jutland. Then there's the glorious Heritage class of ships, which somehow has, and System of Commonwealth and Sci-Fi Bruships, which somehow has made me a lot of money. The video which has made me most money has made me a little over 250 quid. And I've got 2 videos which are made over that. And the next ones down are all... Well, let's put it this way. The top 10... 6, 8, 10... You're already down to less than 100 quid per video once you're in the top 10. So I'm never going to be rich with YouTube. But the average... how do I put this politely? The average... for me... is probably... If we go to the last 90 days, it's probably easier to work out. The average for me is about £20 a video in terms of revenue, which is fine. Some videos generate a lot more than that, but those tend to be ones where, in the nicest way, a lot of people get memberships or things like that. And I know that. But I enjoy doing them, and I enjoy talking to you all. Excuse me a second. I'm just going to go this way. Oh, that's wrong. That's wrong way. That's just before something comes out. Right. And that's it. Would the Omaha class have been a better ships if the USN had built cruisers throughout the 1910s like British did? Yes. Dragon, shaving cream bombs and glue gel. Oh, it's so much fun. Blackman Max was, if the Holstein region was instead a strait, would Denmark have maintained a stronger navy for longer? Potentially, but also potentially they'd also have been more secure. Thank you, Joss Honk. I know, and I like talking about the Dutch ship, so that's why I said I did it. I know it's not going to make me much money. I don't care. I do it. Take care. Enjoy your dinner, Blackman Maximus. Has image of Dr. Clarke and he is pivoting to being an Andromeda sci-fi naval videos channel coming next year. Oh, that would earn me money. Sci-fi would earn me a lot more money. I don't think Nice Area Productions. I think I'd try and come to a happy medium on the options. So, nice area. Question 42. What do 18-inch armed battleships, 16.5-inch armed battle cruisers, 9.2-inch armed cruisers, 6-inch armed light cruisers tell us what the Brits plan for naval ambitions pre-treaty post-World War I, other than a global war that was coming? It tells us that the Royal Navy was thinking about where they'd have to fight and what they'd have to do. Basically, they want their light cruisers to be as reliable as possible, so they can be if necessary, move all their firepower around by human power, crew power. The 9.2-inch cruisers are the most effective they can make for a cruiser which still has rapid-firing guns, so they still think for cruisers the extra rate of fire is going to be critical. 16.5-inch versus 18-inch armed battleships. That's basically British going for as big and as powerful as they can for the battleships. Dr. You mentioned the US Marines had good interaction with the Queen once. What was that about? Oh, that was on HMS Queen Elizabeth. When the Queen met the Queen met the US Marines aboard the Queen Elizabeth, they were very, very happy to meet her. They found her a lovely lady and were basically requesting to be introduced to the Queen's enemies so they could make sure that short work of them, if afterwards. It was the Royal Navy crews afterwards found that the Americans became very passionately pro Her Majesty the Queen and very passionately let us hunt down anyone who's anti the Queen and make sure they're no longer around. First one, let's see. You mentioned Clarke. You invented a viable self-propelled torpedo before 1970. How does this change global naval construction in pre-1900 eras? Far more torpedoes go into usage. Far more torpedoes, and probably vessels like destroyers torpedo-boat destroyers come back far sooner and grow size quite bigger, because they more torpedoes. Bug guy, who would be put as head of the USN leading up to World War and during World War II if King wasn't available? You were probably talking. It's probably going to be Richardson. It's probably going to be Richardson. He is definitely the smartest and most capable officer available. And if you consider his positions versus King's positions, if King had been available, Richardson probably gets them. In which case, Roosevelt has a huge argument on his hands. Let's say different. Am I right that if the British Empire was building a nuclear-powered supercruisers, they would have the facilities to handle a nuclear aircraft carrier dismantling at the end of the carrier's life? They probably want to. They'd aim to, but it's like the USN. They would aim to, and they have facilities that could do it. But you might find those facilities are in India. It's probably a bit, probably about 50-50 of the two. Marion, might be obvious, but does the USN have the equivalent of the RN's writers? If not, would establishing such a branch do anything to help the officer NCO retention command issues? they do have some personnel who are doing that. Thank you, PM, who are doing those sort of duties, but they're treated differently. They really are. They're treated differently. Thank you, PM. So they do have an equivalent. Whereas writers in the Royal Navy, to an extent, are a feared group, I don't think the admin personnel in the US Navy get quite the same treatment. You don't cross a writer in the Royal Navy. Not unless you want to find a senior officer hunting you down to ask you why you've upset their writer. Black Master, if the Isthmus of Panama had not completely formed, instead was close to the Dardanelles, how would this affect things? If it's closer to the Dardanelles, then it A comes about earlier, but B also the Caribbean islands, etc. You might find the British were actually there before the Americans could get in there. Oh, 10p an hour, ouch. Yeah, life happens. Have I ever had cats as pets? No, because both my mum and sister are allergic. I'm not even sure if we should have a corgi. It's basically, poodles are fine, but corgis are technically, probably shouldn't have them, but he gets brushed regularly. Luckily, he enjoys being brushed. He basically considers it intensive patting. And still, we have corgi fur everywhere. Nice one. Are the French in the same we don't have facilities to handle nuclear aircraft carrier dismantling situation for Charles de Gaulle's US Admiral CVN-65? Theoretically, yes. Because, you know, it's whilst you have a theoretical plan when you build it, that actual plan being actually acted on. Britain has Sellafield. And so that's Britain's ace in the hole, because we have a nuclear processing facility that's supposed to allow us to process and decommission things. But Sellafields are rare in the world, and I'm not sure if America has an equivalent facility that other than using, let's say, the joy of just burying stuff. I'm not getting into that, Alistair Shaw. I like my limbs attached. Steve Clarke, you were in the Admiralty in 1930. What case do you make to make the government split the Fleet Air Arm and Coastal Command from the Royal Air Force, which is incontrovertible to counter bomber mafia's policy? I think I make the same case that Henderson eventually makes to win in 1937. That, frankly, the strategic scenario demands the Royal Navy that the ships are won, and that the sea is won, because the RAF's priority is not the sea. And knowing where the RAF planning documents are, let's be honest, with the RAF planning documents, which did from in 1937, the Inskip Award, they're actual planning documents that said their plan for a future war in the Far East was to load up the aircraft carriers with their aircraft, send them out to the Far East, then the aircraft could return for the Fleet Air Arm aircraft. And everyone was going, that don't work. And so that's what you find those planning documents and you win the argument. Take care, Just Funk. Thank you, Alistair Shaw. Okay. Nice turn. Am I right that the US not having facilities handling nuclear aircraft carriers should have never been allowed to happen? The Americans should have built the stuff to do that. You would hope. But again, we have it in theory, do we have it in practice? There is a difference between the theory and the practice when it comes to nuclear disposal. Team Locker, what was the biggest turkey Iran ever had? The Courageous class and HMS Furious. Although HMS Capitan surely comes up there, but she's not actually built in wartime, she's built in peacetime as a test. If the Titanic somehow happened to be rescued by a German ship, how could relations be improved? Certainly would have made a lot more contacts and a lot of positive feedback. Sorry, if anyone's noticing me playing in my ear, one of the annoying things I find is when I have blocked nose, I get blocked ears as well. It's annoying. Phil Williams, the writer plays with your pay, the chefs play with your food. Do not upset these ratings. No, you don't upset those ratings. How big rubber was lost to the 9 F4 Phantoms, 8 SPD F4Fs? That's the Wildcats. 8 SPD Freeze and 4 TBS when US Hornet CV8 capsized to starboard and sank by the stern, taking 140 of her crew and 21 aircraft with her. Not the aircraft aren't a loss so much as the crew. The crew are more of a loss than the aircraft. The ship's a loss, the crew are a loss. Importance of losses probably at that time. I would normally like to say the humans are more important than the carrier, but the carrier is probably more important than the humans because there's not many carriers around at that point. But loss of the crew then match so hard. The loss of the aircraft is quickly replaced. That's less than a day's manufacture from many of those production lines. Then anyway, we built a nuclear waste storage site in Nevada. When it was ready to open, Senator Harry Reid shut it down, not in his backyard. Then you shouldn't choose linked nose and ears for reasons. They are best considered to be arguments against. They are best considered to be arguments against intelligent design. I don't normally like to make arguments against intelligent design because it gets into things this channel really isn't in the case of. But I would have to say, from my own experience, yes, I would agree on that one. Because that was certainly not a sensible decision. There again, it could also be an argument for intelligent design in that if you consider that the Type 45s, when they were designed, all the firefighting gear was stored behind doors. So when you had a door open, you couldn't access the firefighting gear. Which works in theory, but in practice, very quickly they all got moved by chiefs from one side of the basically the door positions to the other side of the door positions. So they could be accessed and stuff could be easily moved around. Basically, the moment they had a navy, there were various people making those changes. So, yeah. It can work both ways. That's right. Was it possible for the British to construct 5 Hawkins-class cruisers with 12 7.5-inch guns in 6 twin turrets? There's nothing elite, and there's nothing against that would stop them doing that if they really wanted to. They have twin turret designs. They have 7.5-inch guns. They could have done it. You're probably talking about 2 turrets forward, 2 turrets aft, and 2 turrets, one turret either side on the wing, 2 wing turrets. Or if you were talking 14 7.5-inch guns, it would be 2 turrets forward, 1 turret aft, 2 turrets on either side of the wings. Do you think the Irons should have built more heavy cruisers leading up to World War II? Yes. But honestly, they needed to build more cruisers full stop, and they were trying to build as much as they could. It's just it's treasury and treaty. Let's hear if the Crazy class armor cruisers were built in the style of a Dreadnought armor cruiser, and the British go for it in the following armor cruisers, did their PCs follow a similar trend, or do they say the same? Probably follow a similar trend. Frank Spotto, when the Hornet sunk, do we know if the Japanese ever boarded her? She was in their control for 4 hours. I don't think they did. I'm not sure about that from memory, but I don't. I'm not sure about that. I wouldn't like to say certainly, but from memory, I don't think they did. Because I don't think she was really in a scenario to be boarded, and being in their control is different. Is basically being in their area of control rather than being in their control. And I said there were alternates considered for Hawkins, including 9.2-inch guns and all sorts of fun things. But again, that was covered in the Hawkins class cruiser video. St. Clarke, you created an RPG suitable to work in a small warship, 3,000-ton displacement or compatible power, to steam higher pressure boilers in 1956. How will this affect warship construction for various navies? An RPG. RTG. That makes more sense. A radio thermal generator. Well, if I make it in 1936, that allows me to have some very interesting scenarios when it comes to designing the ships. How do I do that? I still need to have some sort of power source. I can do that with that. Basically, theoretically, I can make my warships very fast. I can also, if I can scale it up. But an RTG, as Melanie 1640 says, is going to make it not really much sense. You really want something to give you a lot of power for that. And that would probably have to be a steam turbine. No, I didn't miss that question. I don't think I just... I think I just skipped the bit about the German response. What response does the Imperial Germany have? None. Let's be honest, Germany didn't respond to the Hawkins class at all because they didn't have any responses available to them. They didn't have any capacity to build anything at that point. There were just no... You know, the Hawkins class come in after World War One. And even during World War One, the Germans aren't building anything near enough they need to be building. They're just not. I'd love them to have been doing something better, but they just weren't. It does have fuel requirements though, Steve Clarke, because you need to power the RTG. To an extent. It is a bit of a mad science. It's an interesting thing. If you have a radiothermal generator, you can do steam. If you can get it to work... If you can get it to work, it's an interesting one. Well, it's going to be complicated. No question for Freddie. The Hawkins class all being converted to aviation cruisers. How much use would there be for the British? Not much. Vindictive doesn't exactly get a lot of use as an aviation cruiser in World War II. But guys, do you think the Royal Navy, Royal Air Force should have bought the F-14A back in the 1970s when they were looking at them? The question is, the problem you have is, does it operate from the Royal Navy's carriers at the time? Nope. You would have needed the CVA-1 to even have a chance to operate the F-14. And what the other aircraft can the RAF buy at the time? I don't really have a favourite camera scheme. Question 94, question 52, 96 How true is it the Iron did not want 8-inch guns? They didn't really value the 8-inch gun. It wasn't powerful enough. They went with it because of treaty limitations, not because of desire. I have no video on the Hawkins class. Now that's the interesting thing, because I actually remember doing the Hawkins class and recording it, so where is it? That's an interesting question. Year of the Cruiser. No, that's not the video topic I'm looking for. No, I don't want to get that actually. I'll go to that. Silence that. What? Hang on. No, I didn't think I do. Hang on. I think it's in the Kent class. I think it's in the part 1 of the Kent class, of the counties, the Kent class Long Patrol, part 1. Yes, I think that's where it is. Yeah. Have a whole discussion there, so I'll put the description, the thing in the description of today's video. It was video 1 of the entire Year of the Cruiser. Bum, 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 bum. It's an interesting video, I have to admit that one. Let's see, it is... Let's go to its analytics. Always fun to know. Let's see, the video in its entire history has made me £13. That's cute. It's had 2,839 views. It's been watched for 1,200 hours. It has netted me 7 more subscribers. The average person watches 24 minutes 30 seconds of the hour-long video. The average in one sitting. The average percentage viewed by anyone is 40% of the video, which is roughly 24 minutes, yes. And it retains roughly 60% of viewers up to the 15-minute mark. And then it drops down to eventually only about 33% of viewers have watched the actual end. It doesn't really have a top moment, but its intro is fairly good. Yeah. There you go. 24 minutes 30 is pretty good for YouTube. It is. Let's put it this way. I am not... I would never like anyone to think that I am sitting here upset or being rude or downplaying support. You know, none of this is possible without your support, without you guys watching it. But this is the last day of the year, 2023, so I've been looking back at some of the stats and things and working things through and going, is there anything I should change? Should I be more commercially sensitive? Should I be pushing myself more towards what's viable financially? And honestly, probably the answer is I probably should. Will I though? No. And it's almost 11 o'clock, so I'm going to say, please don't add any more questions. Let me finish them off. And then we'll do a little bit of a chat before I go. Who is a good personality for the RM personality for Mr. Bean to play as? You know I'm going to say BT. That's right, question 121. If all World War I era Royal Navy light cruisers had 3 or 4 twin 6-inch guns, how likely is it that the RN treaty cruisers would all use triple 6-inch guns? Incredibly likely, because it's a way to add in more stuff. Add in more firepower. Very easily and very efficiently weight-wise and tonnage-wise. But I don't know, what admiral made the biggest impact during World War II? Well, Yamamoto starts World War II for the Japanese and the Americans to an extent with his plans. Without Cunningham, a lot of World War II would be very different for Britain and for the rest of the world, and he gets involved in all sorts of things. And Nimitz basically runs the Pacific for the Americans, so you have to... It depends on how you value each three of them. You also have Noble, who basically sets up not just the Battle Atlantic, although it's taken over by Horton. You have his contribution in setting up the Anglo-American alliance in the face of Admiral King. There are a lot of very, very interesting people, and a lot of them could be made a case. That would almost be worth a book. 10 admirals who most likely, who you can best argue had the biggest impact on World War II, and ask the reader at the end to make a decision as to which one of them it was. It takes me sometimes several days to watch your videos. Yeah, your video on the Empire Cruise must be in another one. Empire Cruise. Yeah, the Empire Cruise is in my D-Class video, I think. Yeah, I think the Empire Cruise is in a D-Class video. Yeah. There's like 4 videos on a D-Class going around, and... And plus there are videos on them in Renown and Repulse's scenario. So Renown and Repulse, get them, and Hood, Repulse gets in her video in the comparing sisters, it's in there, and I think it's in a few other things as well. Sometimes it's tucked into things, the D-Class and C-Class and all those other cruisers videos. I've got to go back and redo some of the early videos, I think. I've got to improve them a bit. And I've got to finish off my response and my reaction videos. I'm going to finish them off in January. They're going to be some videos I'm going to churn out in January, just do in January because I can. It's not as if I've got anything else to do. If it could be said that each class of carrier is really its type because of the wide variety of specialists they provide for, what is the most common type of carrier that is built? Light fleet carrier. That sort of role, i.e. not a full fleet carrier, but something that can do work up to a fleet carrier role, but is not so expensive or big as a fleet carrier, so it can do all the stuff around. Light fleet carrier. You consider the Invincible class from a few years ago, the British and the Falklands. You consider all sorts of carriers which are around the world. We sometimes call them fleet carriers, but they're really light fleet carriers. You know, that's pretty much it. If the British introduced turret secondary batteries on one of their dreadnoughts, turrets, how quickly does it catch on? Incredibly quickly. Because the viability of them to actually actually orientate their fire, and therefore the fact you can carry better guns and have more effective coverage is going to be useful. Plus, it also solves some of your issues with the AA defense. Steve Clarke, so you have the power to swap around just 3 people in all Naval History. Who do you choose to swap on with who and why? BT with Bing. Yeah, this has been slamming BT time. Let me explain again. If I can swap, Bing is actually a fairly decent admiral. You know, yes, he retreats in the face of the enemy, but he's making it for a logical reason. Yes, he's executed for it. But if I could swap him with Bing, BT with Bing, I would. BT probably charge in and get himself beaten up, but Bing would probably actually be a fairly good battlecruiser commander. And might actually communicate with his senior officers. And with his own officers. Certainly seem to have a better selection of staff personnel. As for others... I'd like to make a fairly recent one. The trouble is... Ooh... Swapping becomes quite difficult because I know who I'd like to replace with who. But where I'd like the other person to end up with. And I could almost think of a 4-tier swap. But no. Yeah, it's an interesting question. Nice area from question 29. Why was standardization of our medium AA guns not a high priority in British ordnance thinking prior to the 1950s? Because they had such a vast quantity of navy to support. It is a circle swap of 3 people, so it would be BT, Bing, and Who in a circle. Bing, BT replaces Bing. Bing replaces Collingwood. Collingwood replaces BT. What do you think Nelson would have done the home fleet in Model 1? I think we mean the Grand Fleet in Model 1. Nelson would probably have done the distant blockade, but you see, the thing is, Jellicoe doesn't do anything wrong with the Grand Fleet. You can argue about his turning away and all those things, but really he doesn't do anything wrong with the Grand Fleet. He doesn't make the bad decisions. The thing is, he doesn't have the information to make the good decisions because he's subordinate. So Nelson always had Collingwood. So it's kind of an unfair scenario to say Nelson, put Nelson in the position and still give him BT. If you can change it, you have an advantage. Right. I'm going to end the questions in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's all got that. Let's just go in question. Why has it gone back to all the other ones I do not know? And there he goes. Right then. Happy New Year, everyone. I hope you all have a lovely evening. I'm off to spend some time with my family, eat some pizza, and hopefully see the new year in. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, everyone who's been here. Thank you, Verdun. Thank you, Bug Guys 29. Thank you, Dan Freeman. Thank you, Steve Clarke. Thank you, Drew Sushi. Thank you, Melanie6040. Thank you, Andy Shepherd. Thank you, Tim O'Neill. Thank you, Leslie Mitchell. Thank you, Darius Radsky. Thank you, Runon. Thank you, Carl van Gasberg. Thank you, Bigeron. Thank you, De Brock. Thank you, I'm sure I said it, but if I haven't, Knight6831. And Danny Wright and Frank Sposado and Team Locker. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Colin Cranewood, Colin Cameron, and thank you, Leo Gazebo, and everyone else who's been here. HMS Ford, thank you. It's always fun to chat with you. I will look forward to seeing you on Thursday. I cannot remember what the video is scheduled for Thursday, but I think there is one scheduled for Thursday already. If there's not, we'll find out, but I think it is. If I'm not mistaken, Old Crocs at War. So that's that's Thursday's video. And I will be programming in the next videos as they come up. They have all been voted for. They've got another 3, so I'll program those into the rest of the month. And thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Shut to Shoot. To Shot, I mean. Thank you, Depscott. I'm not getting into that one, Dirt Squad. For starters, I'd have to explain what the FMK rules were. Thank you, Beauchamp. James Stephen, New Year present for Alex. When your computer is not in use, run his back catalog and up his earnings. Thank you. Thank you, Archon. Patron 93. It is Patron 93. Yeah, firstly. What were we first book to read this year? Ooh. Well, at the moment I'm currently reading is putting through the next series of Jack Speak, because Jack Speak has proved incredibly popular. And honestly, I quite enjoy doing it. So I'm putting that together as a whole load of shorts, and I'm going to put in... I want to be in a scenario where I've got a couple of Jack Speak shorts coming up each week, because they're a nice bit of history to give people, and they seem to get a lot of fun, and a lot of interested people involved. And my plan is to get into a scenario where I've got roughly 3 shorts coming out a week, and the rest are sort of the proper videos coming out a week, and just sort of keep that running, because shorts seem to be quite popular. They seem to be quite a viable methodology of reaching more people. And I decided I'm going to work this year. I'm going to finally end the bet. That's going to be my New Year's resolution. I'm going to finally end the bet. And to end the bet, I need to get to 15,000 subscribers by the end of the year. By Christmas 2024, I need to get to 15,000 subscribers, and then the bet is over. Mum wins, and the bet is ended. So, that is what I'm doing. This year, I have to get another 3,883 subscribers at minimum. Wish me luck. That is what I'm going to do. But first book I'm probably going to read in full this year, probably this. Because, yeah, it's cool. And it's thanks to Paul I've got this, because I sent it through to me and went, get the big book you were aiming for. And I went, I can do. But then I looked at it and realised that for the same price as the big book, I had the 2 books, but I have it organised in all list of what books I want. And then it's sort of that book was number 3. And then 2 books above added up to the same value as that one. I went, boom, boom. Because then I thought, well, I've got 2 books. Do more collabs with Drac. I should probably do that. Thank you, everyone, and take care. Happy New Year. For me, it's in roughly 45 minutes' time. And thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for making 2023 amazing. And hope you have a wonderful 2024. And hope to see you all in 2024. The video for tomorrow is already uploaded and ready to go. Toodles. Oh, good lord. More pranks coming my way. Thank you, Stafford. Thank you, everyone. Hold it. Hold it a little bit longer.